Welcome to my third and final part to my Hogwarts Legacy retrospective. In the first episode, we talked about how the first 12 hours of the game exceeded our expectations and delivered a stellar Harry Potter experience. Part 2 then goes over how the overall quality crashes and burns when forced into the subpar open world. Not much of it works when held under the microscope, hence why the video was centered around all the things that needed to be fixed for the sequel. But enough of that. From here on out, we'll be slowly rising back up to greatness and will therefore conclude the project, starting with the famous Room of Requirement. Also, same as always, please watch part 1 and part 2 before watching this one, and if you like my content and you want to support it and also know what else I release afterwards, please like and subscribe. Now, without any further ado, please grab yourself something to drink, sit back, make yourself comfortable as always, and let's get right into it, shall we? The start of the quest mirrors the scene where Neville stumbles by chance onto the Room of Requirement in the Order of the Phoenix. You're pacing around the corridor, anxiously waiting for Professor Weasley when, suddenly, the nearby wall starts shifting. A door appears just as the teacher makes her way to you, and, as usual, she's impressed by your prowess. You both head inside and the view is simply breathtaking. As Weasley explains the room's function, you get to immerse yourself in the clutter. Naturally, we'll reach a point where you can no longer move forward as a barricade made of random objects blocks our way. Weasley then uses this opportunity to teach us Evanesco, a spell that converts any highlighted furniture into moonstones, which I'll be explaining shortly. She then informs us that, on top of wanting to show us this room, she also wanted us to meet her old friend Deke. Unsurprisingly, he's lost somewhere in the maze that is the Room of Requirement, so we're left to our own devices with the goal of forging a path to him. After a few minutes of vanishing objects into the ether, we finally reach the person Professor Weasley wanted us to meet. Deke the house elf has been a long-lasting friend of hers, and with his guidance, we're able to reshape the room and turn it into something that better suits our needs. And man, is this cutscene so freaking cool!
You've given yourself quite a canvas to work with.
Wasn't that awesome? Well, it actually gets even better, as this location serves as our home base. We're able to customize it and, honestly, they surpassed all of my expectations. Not only can you spawn normal household objects like chairs, tables, statues, paintings, and more, but you can also change their color, which often completely changes the appearance of the item. Even cooler still, you can select any object from your catalog and change its size. You can either make it huge, fit for someone like Groppy, or if you want, you can also make it tiny, as if mice were having a tea party. There are also a total of 140 conjuration items for you to collect, so even attempting to imagine all the combinations will boggle the mind. This is also exactly how I felt when I found out that not only can you customize the items as you see fit, but you can also modify the architecture and the ambience of the room. Everything, from the floors to the walls, all the way to the ceiling, can be modified to the point that it becomes unrecognizable from how it was initially. Plus, with every wall being separated into sections, you can mix and match until you get something that looks exactly as you envisioned it. Then, for the finishing touches, you can go see Deke and request that he changes the ambience of the room. You have 4 options to choose from, which range anywhere from bright and warm to gloomy and mysterious. Obviously, the last one is my favorite, but as all options represent different periods of the day, I do admit that there's a charm in switching from time to time just to get a new perspective on the similar room. Paradoxically, what they've done here is so impressive in fact, that it makes the bare bones character customization look even worse by comparison. What makes it even more interesting to me is that, as I alluded earlier, Avalanche Software wasn't the one that made this portion of the game. Often, studios will opt to solicit help from outside developers so that a specific section of the project can either receive additional attention or, like in this case, get made, period. Warner Bros. Hired Studio Gobo to make the room a requirement and everything that's required to make it work in-game. Little interesting side note, Studio Gobo was chosen because of both their long history as a support studio and their versatility. They were founded in 2011 and since then have had the chance to work on multitude of projects, with the most recent ones being Disney Infinity, For Honor, Hyperscape, Redfall, and more. The last project they worked on that was released during the publication of this video is the Horizon Zero Dawn LEGO video game, so clearly, they're a capable and valued studio. However, don't be mistaken by thinking that Gobo, as I'll be referring to them from now on, was calling the shots on how and what needed to be done on the project. It's stated in the Artbook that Avalanche told them what they wanted them to make, meaning that Avalanche, from my understanding, had the final say on what the room was supposed to be and how everything was going to be implemented in-game. More concretely, as the goal of the room is to serve all the players' needs and then some, you'll be mainly using it for 3 reasons. If you recall, when we initially visited Hogsmeade, we got some free conjuration blueprints from the Scrolls and Tomes shop. Well, this is where the game intends for you to use them. From this point onward, you'll be able to build a variety of potion stations and potting tables. Those, in turn, allow you to craft potions and grow a decent variety of plants that would allow you to create even more potions. The catch is that there's a total of 3 different sizes of pots, and you obviously get the one that makes the small plants for free. This allows you to grow Dittany, which is used in the Wiggenwell potion, aka the healing potion. These pots can also grow mandrakes, knotgrass, and the stupid mellow sweet leaves. Artificially, this limits the options at the beginning of the game, forcing you to go back to the Scrolls and Tomes shop to buy a blueprint that allows you to make bigger pots. Although, theoretically, you could just make a smaller pot bigger with magic, so why do I have to buy a bigger pot when magic would have been an easy fix is beyond me. Regardless, I do have to admit that it's a good idea, as it forces the player to go back to Hogsmeade, making it more likely that he'll complete side quests along the way. Plus, by buying better blueprints, it creates a sense of progression as we get to see the whole system being streamlined. On the other hand, the way that they executed it here doesn't really work because most players, when given the option, will just wait and buy the biggest and best sets of pots available first. Those will then be used to make all types of greens, including the smaller ones. The game doesn't prevent you from doing this, and by the time that you start exploring the Highlands, you've most probably already collected enough money to buy at least one of the 2 sets in the game. This then beats the purpose of the shop and becomes yet another example of the in-game economy being underdeveloped. The trade-off, however, is that it makes the game a lot less grindy and limiting for the player. Anything you grow, whether it's the 4 plants required for your potion crafting, the 3 combat-oriented plants, or those god-awful mallow-sweet leaves, is on a timer, meaning that none of them actually require your attention. All you have to do, after you've selected what grows in which pot of course, is to simply interact with it once the counter is up. It then restarts automatically, signifying that you'll be rapidly pressing the interact button as you're passing next to the pots before moving on with your day. Alternatively, if you want a higher yield and don't mind the extra step, you can always add fertilizer into the pot's soil. Although, it isn't as sought after as it initially seems, as it's a one-time use item, requiring that you add fertilizer for every subsequent batch. Plus, as the whole plantation suffers from irrelevancy the further you get into the game, as you'll soon see, you generally won't feel the need to boost your production. The second mechanic that the room unlocks is the ability to upgrade your clothes, either by making them more resistant or by adding a trait, which usually enhances a specific spell. In both cases, you'll be investing the animal resources you've been collecting during your interactions with the third and final mechanic of the room requirement, which I'll touch on very soon. As long as you have the amount specified on screen, you'll be able to spam the interact button until you reach the maximum upgrade level that the gear can hold. The only added caveat to the whole system, other than the obvious one being that stronger gear requires rarer resources, is that traits are unlocked in a random order. Every time you obliterate a camp, you'll be able to loot a chest containing one of these attributes. They also come in 3 different tiers, so finding a specific trait at the level you want is purely a matter of luck. Or, in other words, It's another instance where the game expects you to collect all 75 of them if you want to access every option. On the flip side, once you find one that suits you, you'll be able to use it as many times as you want, allowing you to easily overpower a specific spell by attaching it to every piece of equipable gear. This in turn makes an already easy and unbalanced combat system even more trivial, because you'll be able to boost your spells and deal more damage in a shorter time span. Also, depending how you set up your build, you might be inclined to equip the same trait multiple times to make one spell exponentially stronger than the rest. This would obviously be to the detriment of the experience, as it encourages you to prioritize that one spell and neglect the rest. It's a minor issue for sure, and it's obviously up to the player if he wants to build his layout that way. So it's not as much of a negative, as it's just one more thing that the devs either didn't fully consider during the game's planning phase, or they simply thought that the power fantasy compensated for its shortcomings. This then leads me to the main attraction of the rumor requirement: taking care of the animals that you save throughout your journey. This part of the game is definitely inspired by the first Fantastic Beasts movie. During the 27th quest titled The Elf, the Knapsack, and the Loom, Deke gives us a knapsack, which allows us to suck in any creature nearby. No matter how big or small, they all magically fit in the bag, allowing us to easily carry them back to our hideout and give them a home. There are a total of 11 animals to collect. Some of the highlights include puffskins, nifflers, hippogriffs, testrals, unicorns, and more. The variety is significant enough that as you're collecting them, you won't be able to stop yourself from role-playing as Newt's commander. You'll be keeping an eye out for any rare creatures during your travels, so you can offer them a shelter in your little paradise. Plus, with the game containing a total of 4 different vivariums, each visually distinct, I can easily see a bunch of players trying to match animals with their preferred habitat. In my mind, hippogriffs would logically fit either next to the coast or in the field vivarium, while testrals are definitely made to reside in the dark swamps. On top of all that, the land is also customizable, allowing you to build walls, towers, rail-less stairs, stone tiles, pumpkin patches, and more. You can even have a beast toy box that spawns a ball made of different materials. Each species has a type of ball they prefer, so the ball you choose will determine which animal gets to play with you. One option that genuinely surprised me was that, on top of being able to create the furry family of your wizarding dreams, you're also able to breed adorable little versions of them. Each species, except 2, those being the phoenix and the grafhorn, can be bred to your heart's content. They each get their own waiting animation, and once 20 minutes have passed, a baby emerges from the crib and joins the flock. Some, like the puffskins, look like they reused the animal model but shrinked it, while others, like the hippogriff, have a model made specifically for this purpose. You're also given the option to name them whatever you feel like, so overall, it's a pretty cool design. It adds to the overall package quite well, and at first, you really do feel like Newt's apprentice. You're going around saving animals and sheltering them in one of the 4 most beautiful areas in the game. Then, every time you visit the room requirement, you'll be emotionally incentivized to spend some time with them, because on top of wanting to check up on them, you'll also want to pick up the ingredients they provide. It's a win-win scenario, and it's one that has its memorable moments. However, like everything else in the game, it's only fun until you get further in and realize that it never evolves from its initial presentation. Regardless of the animal, you'll soon notice that they all behave the same way. The moment you enter a vivarium, they stop what they're doing and head straight to the automatic feeder. Since all animals need to be both fed and brushed to yield resources, they immediately run, fly, or hop towards the food dispenser, because it's the one task they can fulfill without requiring the player's input. That sounds pretty good on paper, but like most things in the game, it falls short in execution. For some reason, even though the feeder is a permanent feature to the vivarium, none of the animals are actually fed before you arrive, so you'll always find them starving when you get there. You'll likely decide to speed up the process by feeding them yourself, then brushing those that reach the feeder first. And once that's done, that's it. Yes, you can add a ball for them to play with, but that's exactly the problem. You're not really playing with them as much as you're watching the game execute a bunch of reactive animation loops. It gets old fast, and as you start wishing for more problems begin to emerge. For example, even though you can ride hippogriffs in the open world, you can't actually mount them in the vivarium. You can't ride them like a horse or fluff them like we can with cats. Their sole purpose in this realm is simply to be beautiful at all times. The same applies to all animals in the game, so once you've seen each animation cycle, you won't be sticking around for the encore. That's what I meant earlier when I said that the rumor requirement feels like a mobile minigame. Every time you enter the perimeter, you'll appear in the main lobby. You'll immediately press the interact button on all plants, fertilizer dispensers, potion stations, and more, without glancing twice at what you're actually picking up. Then you'll enter each vivarium and proceed to feed and brush all the animals, collecting their resources as you go. Once that's done, you'll quit the area and teleport to wherever you had planned next. You also can't bring any of your companions or teachers with you, so it ends up feeling very lifeless. There aren't any minigames to take part in, the potion mechanic from earlier is never brought back, there's no arena to practice combat spells, or anything else you might imagine. In other words, aside from decorating your hideout, there's really no other unique mechanic going for it, which in turn kinda makes the whole thing very redundant. It also doesn't help that the whole system falls even further down the trash chute once you realize that upgrading your clothes is far from necessary. Combat isn't challenging enough to make you feel the need to buff your attributes. Plus, since the game lets you change the appearance of your clothes while retaining their stats, you'll likely upgrade your current set and stick with it for the foreseeable future. This means that by the time you find clothes that surpass your current gear, you'll have stockpiled so many upgrade resources that you won't feel the need to visit the vivarium ever again. It's also likely that you'll scrap the strongest gear simply due to lack of incentive. Why would you stop what you're doing, teleport back to the room requirement, and spend half a minute getting to the upgrade station just so you can hold the interact button, when you can just ignore it altogether and move on? By the end, I ended up ignoring the mechanic entirely once I had completed the challenge related to it. To do so, I simply upgraded a bunch of random clothes, and once the book was satisfied, I went to a random store and sold them at a higher price. However, as I've stated many times before, the incentive to make money isn't strong enough to make this process worthwhile in the long run. And anyways, there's actually a quicker way to make money. So this is actually hilarious, because the devs never realized that they created a system that contradicts the narrative and subsequently the point of the game. Imagine that you want to breed unicorns because you love them, and as stated in the first movie, they're considered extremely valuable creatures in the universe. You then go hunting around the Forbidden Forest, searching for the area they call home. It won't take long to discover that there's only a single spot where one of them appears regularly on the map. To breed them, you obviously need both genders, so you proceed to suck in every unicorn that appears, teleport to one end of the map, then proceed to come back to repeat the process. Do also know that you'll inevitably end up repeating the process because the game randomly spawns one, making it highly probable that the next creature will share the same gender. Then, once you have one of each, you'll drop both in the same terrarium and proceed to fulfill their needs, farming their unique horn with the goal of either upgrading your equipment or selling them for profit. You'll also force them to mate repeatedly, turning them into the Adam and Eve of your contained universe. You'll then repeat the process until you have too many and decide to sell them in the only shop in Hogsmeade that will willingly buy them. Now, be honest, doesn't that sound, like poaching? Let's be honest for a minute. The game says you're collecting these animals to save them from poachers while offering them a better and safer place to stay. However, that's total nonsense because every time I show up, there aren't any poachers actually doing their job. All I see is a family living peacefully under a tree or around the pond, until I show up and start sucking up every single creature in sight. I then decide which ones I want to keep and proceed to sell the rest for easy profit. Then, I place the animals in a virtual prison, forcing them to produce resources for my benefit. I also can't really play with them, touch them, or interact with them in any meaningful way, because that would go against the whole point of this enclosure. What's the point of being friendly with them when all I want is their fur, feathers, horns, or more? Then, when I'm done with them, I can easily sell them for a final profit before repeating the process. You know what's actually worse than everything I just mentioned? Do you remember what the core of my wand is when we went to the Ollivander's shop earlier in the video? Unicorn horn. This brings the whole thing to another level because I'm using a unicorn-based wand to enslave their remaining population, only to expedite the process by fulfilling the demand. You know what else is stupid? The devs already have the fix to this issue implemented in the game. You'll very rarely encounter animals in cages, so why didn't they just put a bunch more in them, requiring us to save them by picking the lock before sucking them into our bag? Then you would actually be saving them because they would no longer be captives of poachers who only want to maximize their yield while minimizing effort. This obviously wouldn't fix the issue that I'm essentially taking over their duties, but at the very least, it wouldn't be as blatantly easy to make the argument I just made. This is an instance where the devs either didn't realize what they created or simply didn't care, because that would require effort on their end. It's easy to make the engine generate a specific species with random stats in a predefined area than to rework the process and tie it into either a quest design or the already bloated collectibles. My vote is on the first option because this level of ignorance never really shows up again. After 100%ing the game twice and reading through the art book, we can clearly see that they did their best with what they had. They just lacked the foresight and knowledge to make it work, which is representative of a lot of aspects of the game, as I'm sure you're aware by now. At the same time, I also think they're really lucky that no one else realized this inconsistency, because it would have easily been used against them to create controversies in the media. Nothing sounds better than a clickbait title saying that Hogwarts Legacy promotes kidnapping, forced breeding, and the sale of questionably obtained animal parts. However, now that it's been more than a year and this legacy is mostly set in stone, I don't think that mentioning it now will change anyone's opinion on the game. I just find it interesting that no one else saw it the way I have, which is quite weird, I'm not gonna lie. At the same time, most people don't overanalyze games like I do, so I hope you found it interesting to the very least. If you like the demo soundtrack that I just played during the combat sequence, please go and check out the band called Lucerna Mundi. It's a one-man band from a buddy of mine who's planning on releasing an album very soon, or it might also be released by the time you decide to watch this video. Either way, please go and check out his YouTube channel if you're interested. Back to Hogwarts Legacy, I'll bundle up the potion mechanic with the next best aspect the game has to offer, the combat mechanic. Let's rewind the clock back to the moment where we first took control of our character. From the moment I cast my first spell, I knew this was going to be an amazing experience. Seeing your character cast spells with such fluidity and precision is so satisfying that it almost feels like you're the one truly doing it. It immerses you in this world like no other game did before, and that's saying a lot, considering that there are a total of 12 games that came before this one, not counting the different versions made for each title, like the Philosopher's Stone, which has 6 different versions under the same name. Back to Legacy, this game's animation and controls feel responsive, precise, and are overall fun to look at, and that's the point. The camera automatically highlights the object or enemy in front of you, meaning you don't have to aim so much as simply facing the target's general direction. This distinction ensures that the learning curve remains low, creating combat sequences that prioritize visual stimulation over long-term muscle memory. It's for those reasons that the animation team ended up creating more than 3,000 animations just for the playable character alone. This led them to making multiple versions of the same animation loop, so that repeated actions, like rapidly casting the basic attack spell, feels different and uncalculated every time you press the button. If you ever decide to play one of the previous Harry Potter games, like Deathly Hallows Part 2 for example, you'll quickly feel a sense of deja vu as the core animation loops are very repetitive and minimalistic in their execution. It also looks very stiff and anatomically unrealistic, making the whole presentation feel monotonous, and that's even before factoring in the gameplay mechanics. It's by making this comparison that we can truly appreciate just how good it feels to exist in Hogwarts Legacy. It never feels like I had to wrestle with the controls or that my character was restrained in what he was doing. Everything worked as intended, and by choosing to make the game with a third-person perspective, the devs allow you to fully appreciate it every time you boot up the game. This is especially true during combat, as I'm able to make multiple split-second decisions and always feel confident that I'll get the desired outcome. Running, switching targets, using items, and executing spells are all done effortlessly and without any technical glitches. Add in the hands-off approach of aiming, and you end up with a combat system that requires very little output to work as intended, which is totally fine. This is, first and foremost, a game targeting fans of the source material, so making the gameplay feel like an interactive movie works in its favor. Plus, because they knew that a lot of seasonal players would purchase the game, streamlining the combat into something that looks magical, no matter the player's experience, guarantees an authentic experience for all. I think there's no better example of this streamlining than the way they categorize the spells. Even though you have access to 16 different spells during combat, in practice however, you really only have 3 distinct options. Yellow spells serve to immobilize targets, meaning that regardless of which one you choose, the end result is always the same. Arresto Momentum stops the enemies in place. Glacius immobilizes them temporarily. Leviosa levitates the target, and Transformation turns them into a random object. Visually, they all look distinct and varied. In practice, all 4 fulfill the same need, so any of them would do in the heat of battle. This commentary also applies to the other 2 colors. Purple is all about directional movement. Pull, push, rotate, and slam to the ground. They all stem from the same core concept. So choosing a spell ends up being more about your visual preference than a genuine gameplay requirement. Finally, red is obviously all about damage, so all of them are guaranteed to cause more harm than those previously mentioned. This simplicity becomes even more apparent when you realize that enemies also follow the same color system. Yellow shields are vulnerable to yellow attacks, so breaking them requires you play Simon Says and match the color. Since there are only 3 colors and you can wield a total of 4 spells at any given moment, you're encouraged to always have one of each color equipped, with the 4th slot being a free choice. All combined, it's easy to understand why the game is super easy to pick up and play, even after an extended break. You don't need to remember what each spell does and in what context to use them. All you need to figure out is the button mapping for your block, your basic attacks, and your spells. The rest is common sense, so its design ends up being very friendly as a result. However, even if the execution is very simple, saying that it's limited in options would be a disservice. The complexity of combat only appears when you take the time to examine it more closely and figure out all the different ways you can annihilate your opponents. For example, using throwables like a barrel or rock on an enemy shield will break it, meaning it's entirely possible to play the game while neglecting a specific color. Blocking an attack with Protego and throwing it back at the caster also breaks their shield. And with the timing window being practically unmissable, it becomes a very feasible strategy. It's with this thought process that you'll soon realize that what I mentioned previously isn't all that accurate. Even if the core idea of the red spells is the same, their usefulness varies depending on the enemy attacking you. Take spiders for example. They're vulnerable to fire, so Confringo and Incendio will do more damage than Diffindo and Expelliarmus. Inferi can only be defeated if the first spell cast sets them on fire. Therefore, combining a fire attack like Confringo and following it up with Diffindo for maximum damage output becomes the optimal solution. Goblins, whether close combat or ranged, can be hard to manage because of the sheer number of them. It's therefore in your best interest to use Expelliarmus to disarm one of them before throwing the weapon in the face of another, making the first defenseless while briefly stunning the other. It also gets more complex, as not only is it important to know what spells work best in which situation, it's also important to know what spells should be used during specific animations. For example, Dogbots often use their tongue to close the distance. You have the option to block it, but if you instead cast Levioso just before it executes the attack, it will levitate the beast by its tongue. This is the perfect moment to follow up with Diffindo, slicing it in half and killing it on the spot. Trolls, who are known for their aggressive nature, will often close the distance by dashing towards you while smashing your last known position. Normally, the strategy is to dodge their attacks until they stop and proceed to throw a boulder at you. You then block it and proceed to throw it back, stunning them long enough for you to unload all of your spells. Well, one attack that took me a while to discover is that if you dodge their melee attacks and cast Flipendo, they'll be the ones receiving it right on their forehead. This stuns them, making it another instance where you can deal extra damage while preparing for the next animation loop. Ashwinder Executioners are, in my opinion, the strongest human enemy type in the game. They're able to tank damage with ease while casting very powerful lightning spells. One cool detail is that if you disarm them just before they finalize the attack, their spell backfires and they end up on the receiving end, dealing a huge amount of damage while rendering them defenseless until they pick up their wand from the ground. These are just a few instances where knowledge is literally power, so discovering those exploits feels very rewarding. Add into the mix the multiple potions you can consume simultaneously, the plants that act as your temporary companions, the perks that make each spell more deadly, and the clothing upgrades that make you stronger and more resistant, and you end up with a system that's very addicting at its core. It's constantly fun to look at, and it's one that has depth, especially at the beginning where everything is new to the player. But simultaneously, that's exactly the problem. As flashy and fruitful as it first seems, it's not enough to sustain its runtime. If we take the same enemies from my previous examples, Dugbots are only able to execute two different attacks. They can either charge at you or use their tongues, making them extremely repetitive and unsatisfying to deal way sooner than it should. Trolls only have 3 attacks, with no variation in the order. They will always start with a club attack. The first 2 attacks are unblockable, as represented by the red spheres that appears on the screen. The third attack is blockable, which is when you may either block it and cast a counter spell, or avoid it and cast Flipendo. Regardless of the option you choose, they will follow up by throwing a boulder at you. You'll then block it and throw it back, allowing you to take advantage of their vulnerable state and nuke the hell out of them. Then they get up and you repeat the process until their HP drops to 0. Next we have the Executioner, who also only has 2 attacks, the basic spell cast and the lightning spell. As you can see, fighting them becomes very formulaic and repetitive. It also doesn't help that the last 2 can soak up a huge amount of damage before dying, so even by exploiting their vulnerabilities, they still take way too long to put down. Dugbots, on the other hand, have the complete opposite problem. Once you discover that slicing their tongue automatically kills them, you'll opt to wait patiently for them to execute their attack before finishing them off. Then, once that becomes boring, you'll just start avoiding them entirely. However, none of these issues pale in comparison to the real problem plaguing the combat experience. As I've alluded to multiple times in this video, you're not inclined to take part in most of its mechanics because the gameplay lacks a long-term difficulty curve. If we examine the tab dedicated to archiving all the different enemy types, you'll see that, visually speaking, there's a healthy variety of encounters. You have multiple types of goblins, multiple spiders, and so forth, which means that, in theory, there should be a decent number of challenges for you to learn and adapt to. In practice, however, it's really just a cosmetic change. They all behave mostly the same, and for the little uniqueness each one has, it's far from enough to force you to change a universal go-to tactic. It won't take long to realize that, regardless of whether you're fighting a wolf or a troll, you can always fight them the same way every time. Cast your normal spell until you can activate one of your many stronger spells. Then, when you see a yellow circle appear on screen, block it and cast Protego. If it's a red circle, just dodge it. The direction doesn't matter, you're invulnerable during the animation. Worst case scenario, you can also decide to tank the damage and wait for either your auto healing to kick in or use one of the 25 Wiggenwell potions you're allowed to carry at all times. The end result is a combat system that, by itself, is only as satisfying as the amount of time it takes for you to get bored of the fantasy it originates from. The game lacks variety, and the longer you play, the less effort it takes to humiliate the opposition. The situation is also representative of the bosses. Occasionally, you'll encounter an NPC with a proper name, indicating that their status is higher than most of their kin. These are either wanted criminals or generals from Ranrock's or Rockwood's armies. In other words, these are people who rose through the ranks, so you'd logically expect more resistance than from their nameless counterparts. Well, no. They do appear with negligibly more health, but that's about it. They don't have any unique attacks or abilities that differentiate them from the group. Cosmetically, they also look very similar, so the thrill of finding them only lasts as long as it takes to annihilate the first one. Just to emphasize how easy this combat system is, I never felt the need to use most potions or plant companions during either of my playthroughs. Once I completed the challenges in the book and got the footage I needed for this video, I never felt the need to use them again. Even the Wiggenwell potion was rarely if ever used, because your character regenerates health during and after combat. As long as you take your time and block every attack the icon appears, you'll survive most battles without issues. Plus, even if you do end up using one, enemies often drop them as loot, so you'll never run out. I would fill my pockets with them and never use them, so it doesn't take long before you're carrying more than you'll ever need. To make matters worse, dying doesn't penalize you in any way. All defeated enemies don't respawn and you come back at full health, which only adds to the overall issues plaguing this system. This situation is then made worse when you factor in fast fashion and its upgrade system. Since you can modify the appearance of any pieces of clothing, you'll always pick up the one with the highest base stat. The higher your level, the more resistant the clothes are, which is fine on its own. It's expected that you'll find rarer and more reliable gear as you progress, so seeing the numbers go up is a visual way of supporting the player's journey. The problem really appears once you unlock the ability to upgrade your clothes. Not only can you make them as resistant as loot marked a few levels above yours, but you can also reassign the trait that boosts your already powerful spells. This will be too much on its own, but what makes it even more unbalanced is that you can find a trait that boosts all of your damage spells. This means that instead of only making a specific spell stronger, it makes all of them more powerful. Also, since the game doesn't provide statistics to compare the efficiency between all perks, you're led to believe, based on its description, that it's just as effective as the individual traits. I subsequently failed to see why you wouldn't choose this perk over all others, making them and the system automatically obsolete. It actually doesn't stop there. It also affects the vivariums, as once you've upgraded your clothes using the items collected from your animals, there's no reason to come back and interact with them. Worst case scenario, if you're ever lacking resources, you can always teleport to a vendor and buy what you need, circumventing the whole system altogether. It's for all these reasons that the rumor requirement ends up being a letdown overall. None of its systems are fleshed out enough to withstand the length of the game, and once the novelty wears off, you'll start avoiding all of it when possible. Why collect plants and craft potions if there's no tangible need for it? Why customize the room if you don't have the ability to sit down and enjoy the view, alone or with a companion? Why take the time to visit your vivariums and farm resources when the devs fail to create a need to which this system acts as a solution? You know what they say, you're only as strong as your weakest link. And as so much of the experience rests on these two aspects alone, it makes the whole game feel shallow and unfinished. If that wasn't bad enough, the game also damages the credibility of its source material. More specifically, your kill count is so massive that it's surprising that anyone takes Voldemort seriously. Think about it, Professor Weasley gave us a book that helps us catch up with the other students in our year. This means that the book in question is approved by the board and subsequently embodies all of the teachings required to succeed in our duties. Therefore, if it were true, Harry and the gang would have certainly failed all of their classes, because I don't remember them killing hundreds of goblins and human criminals during their entire scholarship. Why should I take the man who should not be named seriously when I'm asked to kill all of these beings either for sport, for resources, or from the lack of stimulation? Plus, if you factor in the ending, which I'll spoil later, it makes creating a few Horcruxes to stay immortal kind of a joke. This paradox also exists in the game itself, as you're led to believe that poachers are the mean baddies of the wilderness. They capture animals and are often seen attacking them on sight. Well, with the amount of bloodlines that I've ended, combined with the non-discriminatory genocides that I've enforced, it really makes you question our stance amidst all of this. Worst is, if the writing was better and the devs realized these blatant inconsistencies, they could have easily created a twist where your actions brought the demise of the land, regardless of your good intentions. If the game kept its mechanics intact, but made it so that taking part in them affects the world and the way that people judge you, it would have created a very satisfying karma system. Kidnapping animals and murdering the criminals would have started a manhunt, for example, giving the enemies a reason to unite and turn everyone against us. At the same time, it would have created a power trip in our protagonist, motivating him to pursue the quest for the Keepers while unlocking the full potential of ancient magic. It would have also narratively contextualized why you would want to learn or refuse to learn the unforgivable spells. By completing the Sebastien Sallow's quest, you're granted the opportunity to learn all 3 unforgivable spells. Imperial mind controls enemies, turning them against their allies for a short period of time. Crucio paralyzes enemies while dealing a considerable amount of damage. Finally, the most infamous spell, Avada Kedavra, instantly kills almost all enemies in the game. These spells can also break all 3 colored shields, and each have an upgrade in the talent tree, making them extremely versatile and powerful. Overall, their inclusion is pretty cool, as it's the first time that players get to wield them in any Harry Potter licensed video game. However, you can definitely sense that they were controversial among the devs, as they're implemented in a way that disincentivizes us from using them. When you're given the option of learning them, the game offers us alternative ways to proceed. In this example, we have 3 options to choose from, with only the last 2 actually adding it into your arsenal. The last option lets us learn it and cast it. The second lets us learn it without actually casting it. It will make more sense once we get to this part in the story. Finally, the last option lets us refuse to take part in the experience. Then, once we finally learn it, actually using the spell places it on a really long cooldown. It often prevents us from using it for the rest of the battle, unlike all other spells that only take a few seconds to recharge. Plus, their usefulness is even more questionable when you factor in your already godlike attributes. With you being an absolute powerhouse, you wouldn't want to use Imperial, for example, because you'll never feel the need to get a helping hand. Worst is, during both my playthroughs, I unlocked the spells when I was almost max level, meaning that each attack was already crippling most targets. I therefore didn't need a less crippling helper on my side, so I never ended up using it. The same situation applies to the Crucio spell. Paralyzing an enemy for a few seconds is a good idea in concept, but as none of them are able to withstand the biblical level of damage that we can inflict in quick succession, sacrificing one of our spell slots to a long cooldown just to stun a random enemy doesn't make any sense. Plus, as unforgivable spells are considered as their own separate category, you're forced to decide whether adding a clothing trait that only upgrades the green spells or that upgrades all your damage spells. Ultimately, it makes both spells less efficient and less likely that you'll end up using them in combat. But the worst offender is clearly the last one in the bunch. Avada Kedavra can automatically kill anyone who comes in contact with the spell, meaning that trolls and all other enemies that I've previously mentioned die on impact. This then creates a problem because it allows the player to circumvent all encounters. In theory, all bosses and random NPCs should die instantly, so how do you nerf something that strong when your game doesn't have any tangible karma system? Well, their solution was to only make it castable once an NPC gets aggroed and starts attacking you. You therefore can't cast it in Hogwarts, Hogsmeade, or even while taking a stroll through the Highlands. Only an enemy that's aware of your existence can be on the receiving end of the spell, which is really disappointing to say the least. It's another way that the devs force you to play as the good guy, as even if you're using the most sinful spell available to all witches and wizards, at least you're using it for the greater good. That is, until you get to a boss, and you magically discover that they're immune to the spell. Let me set up the situation. You just spent 30 to 40 hours completing side quests and all other activities. As you're roleplaying as a successor of Salazar Slytherin, you're very excited to learn the spell and use it on all those that oppose you. However, by the time you actually get to that point, you're already at the final stretch of the game. It's the last spell that the game unlocks, so its usefulness is already very limited. No matter, you don't get discouraged because you know that you still have to fight both villains in the story. You get excited to use it on them as you're getting really tired of the combat system, and skipping what will most probably be an anticlimactic boss sequence sounds like music to your ears. It also fits perfectly with the role-playing fantasy you created for yourself. You therefore decide to sprint through the main quest just so you can use it on Rockwood, only to have it fail and end up entering the next combat sequence. What's the point of allowing the player to unlock the spell if he can't use it when it really matters the most? Sure, I understand that the devs don't want us to skip over important set pieces of the story. You can also argue that it also cheapens the build-up because he gives us a big villain speech only to die a few seconds later. My counter-argument is that, as you learn it during the end phase and the game likes to pretend that you can play it your way, I should be allowed to use it as I see fit, as long as the general guidelines are being followed. The boss is aggroed, and it's the main villain of the game. I should be able to use it on him and get that unique sense of satisfaction. It would complete the power trip that the game was slowly building upon while reinforcing the player's role-playing fantasy. The most telling part of all this is that when you learn that you can get the achievement for learning all the spells in the game without learning any of the unforgivable ones, it really makes you wonder why they were even included to begin with. Why implement it if you're going to do all in your power to ensure that the player doesn't use it? If we go even deeper, why would you even allow players to roleplay as any of the 4 houses if you're going to force them to roleplay as Gryffindor? Not all games need to be an open world experience, and in this case, I think that I've proven so far that it definitely shouldn't have been one. I strongly believe that it was created this way to generate more hype before its release. We've never had an open world Harry Potter video game. More importantly, most modern AAA single-player games are usually open-world sandboxes. The Spider-Man games, the Assassin's Creeds, the GTAs, and more are some of the most popular single-player licenses currently available on the market. If they aren't open-world games, their map design is often made as multiple small to medium-sized open hubs, essentially attempting to emulate that same experience. Games like the 2 recent God of Wars, Evil Within 2, and Stellar Blade come to mind. They're mainly a linear experience, but as you travel through multiple maps, with some being made in the open world fashion, Hogwarts Legacy should have went with that kind of level design. The combat is really fun and addicting at first, but it only has enough variety to keep the player engaged for half of his runtime at best. Most of its side quests aren't up to standards, and the collectibles don't add anything to the lore of the universe. They don't add to the immersion, but rather, they break the experience, either because of the technical limitations, or because you're constantly reminded that you're playing an inferior video game. Quantity over quality is the name of the game here, and I can only hope that it isn't replicated in the sequel that's definitely coming, but more on that later. With all that being said, I want to emphasize that, even with the glaring issues that combat has as a whole, it's still a really fun experience. It's also one that's made better when you take the time to step back and examine what came before it. The first 3 Harry Potter video games are, in hindsight, extremely basic when it comes to their combat design. Spells are mainly used for puzzles, with the main casting spell being your go-to for most encounters. These are, therefore, story-driven experiences where the goal is to immerse the player in an alternative version of the movies and books, more than one that's fun to play, especially now that so many years have passed. The Goblet of Fire game ditches the predecessor's blueprints by scrapping the story-centered experience in favor of a combat-oriented top-down shooter. You cast your basic spell until the enemy gets stunned, allowing you to finish it off with a group attack. You also use other spells to complete puzzles, like extinguishing fires or removing rocks from your path. Lastly, there's also an in-game shop with jelly beans as your currency. You exchange those to purchase cards that, in turn, make your spell stronger. Honestly, I'm overselling it. The cards barely do anything, and the combat is so repetitive and unsatisfying that I refuse to play the game longer than required for this video. I also finished the game when I was in elementary school on the GameCube, and so I can definitely confirm that what you see is definitely what you get. Surprisingly, the team from EA got the message because the next 2 games went back to being a story-driven experience. Again, combat was placed as a side offering in favor of exploring the new rendition of the castle. However, that's not to say that they went back to the combat system found in any of the 4 previous games. This time, they opted for something that feels like a Kinect or Wii spiritual successor. You have to move your thumbstick in a specific direction to cast a spell. The intent was to replicate the feeling of moving your wand to cast spells, so at its core, it's a lot more involved than what you might expect. but it's also the reason why Harry acts as if he has spaghetti arms. It replicates the movement that you're inputting on the controller, and as the controls lack precision and the responsiveness required to make it work, it makes everything look bizarre and very underwhelming. I'm sure that it's the main reason why the devs decided to add the least amount of combat as they could get away with. Finally, you have the Part 1 and Part 2 Deadly Hallows, which are, crazier still, a Gears of War ripoff. Your spells act like modern guns, so you run around the place machine gunning and sniping enemies until the credits roll. I don't know who thought this was representative of the license, but it's what they decided to go with for the series' conclusion. On the one hand, I do get it because the last two movies are more action-orientated, so doing the same makes a lot of sense. However, going full-on Modern Warfare with spells is just too far. It feels wrong and kind of comical at the start. Seeing Harry cast Stupefy like a maniac is quite charming, but as the game never evolves, it becomes very mind-numbing after mission 2 or 3. Lastly, there are 3 games that I decided not to cover on this list for obvious reasons. You have the 2 excellent LEGO games that don't really have any unique combat traits worth mentioning, and the Harry Potter Kinect game, which is an amalgamation of short mini-games that replicates scenes from all the movies. It rarely has combat, and when it does, it's what you would expect from the Kinect. I opted to not play it, as I didn't see how it would be relevant for this video, but I wanted to mention it here for the sake of consistency. In the end, when you take into consideration all other games that came before it, Hogwarts Legacy has the best combat ever put in a Harry Potter video game. It's flashy, easy to pick up and play, and overall looks like what you've grown accustomed to from the movies. It has some decent variety, is never frustrating, and fulfills the fantasy perfectly. Its main issue is really the fact that it doesn't have the complexity required to support the game's length or map design. I will end this segment positively, however, and state that it's a good starting point for the next game. Hopefully, they can take everyone's criticisms and add on to it in meaningful ways, giving us more reasons to switch between spells while upping the difficulty and complexity of combat would go a long way in keeping us engaged as we complete side quests and fly to the finish line. Now, we finally come to the best part of the game, which is, unsurprisingly, its main campaign and its intertwining side stories. Just for a quick summary, as it's been a while that we've covered the main campaign, we were asked by one of the keepers to fix a magical book we found inside a vault located beneath the restricted section. That then led us to completing the only unique house quest in the game. The end result, however, always remained the same. Jackdaw greets us at the end and offers to bring us to the vault containing both the desired pages and his deceased body. By the end of that quest, we successfully recover both and present the fixed book to all 4 keepers of Ancient Magic. What started off as a simple fetch quest now morphs into a set of challenges. To prove our worth and our right to wield the long-term forgotten magic, we're required to complete different activities, one for each teacher, so that we may gain their trust and subsequently access their knowledge. Each trial requires us to complete simple puzzles and defeat a small army before we can access the pensive containing the next segment of the story. Understanding what happened will, in their minds, allow us to understand both why they chose to hide this magic from the rest of the world and what would be at stake if it ever became common knowledge. This indirectly means that, in practice, we're almost done with the main campaign. There are 4 teachers that need convincing, meaning we only have 4 main quests to complete before we get to take part in the epic conclusion. However, making a game that short, especially after just unlocking the open world, wouldn't benefit anyone. It wouldn't encourage the player to engage with the other activities and complete the 3 other main plots the devs had in store, notably with Sebastien Sallow, Natsai Onai, and Poppy Sweeting. Oh, and in case you were wondering, I didn't skip over Poppy in this video. We get to meet her further down the campaign during Quest 25, simply called Beast Class. For reference, we deviated from the main quest after completing Quest 19. With all that said, the devs clearly felt the best course of action was to use the main quest as a framing mechanism for the rest of the campaign. This means that every time you complete the prerequisite quests and impress the creator of the dungeon, the next one in line shrugs it off, requiring further convincing before they allow you to take part in the next trial. This undefined period of time forces us to set aside the main plot and complete a bunch of side adventures that may or may not contribute to the main cause. At best, you get to team up with a bunch of new characters, like Lodgok the Goblin or Amit Takar from the Ravenclaw household. The former is an old friend of Sirona. He believes that, unlike Ranrock, goblins should work towards finding ways to coexist with witches and wizards, not by overpowering them and inverting the social classes. As our agendas align, we decide to team up with him against both main antagonists. We help him obtain an ancient relic that, in theory, would elevate his position in Ranrock's ranks. In return, he acts as our informant and later guides us towards a mine that contains the unintended blueprints of a machine that, in Ranrock's mind, will ensure his victory. This is also where the latter character comes into play, as he's the only person in our contacts who speaks and reads the goblin's native tongue, Gobbledygook. Believing we'll need to decipher the plans, we request his aid and head into the mine. This, in turn, kicks off one of the rare quests that actually feels like we're students attending Hogwarts. Two students breaking into a guarded mine with the goal of uncovering the enemy's next move. As we're taking care of the opposition, Amit is reading through the documents in the room, trying to find something relevant to the cause. In the end, the irony is that the document we were looking for ends up being a detailed drawing of the machine, requiring no translation at all. Still, there was no way for us to know that ahead of time, so it definitely gets a free pass in my book. Overall, these quests are fun because they push the plot forward while staying true to the source material. We're actively working towards Ranrock's downfall while also teaming up with the kind of characters we'd expect to see in a game like this. At worst, you end up taking part in a quest that either has nothing to do with the main conflict or ends up lacking any substantial content. The latter refers to quests that last the duration of a cutscene. Like I've stated previously, it's quite lame when you have to stop the flow of gameplay just to take part in a quest that could have either been integrated in a proper gameplay sequence or summarized in an owl letter. The former includes quests like the Caretaker's Loom or Lament. I don't think there's a single locked door in any of the dungeons created by the Keepers. This quest only serves to flesh out the side activities offered in the game, which in no shape or form contributes to the main narrative. You also have the quest called The Elf, the Knapsack, and the Loom, which teaches you how to capture wild animals and bring them back to the Room of Requirement. As cool as this quest is, the concept of rescuing animals from poachers has no effect on the villains. You'd expect that damaging their bottom line by making it harder to find animals to skin would be a relevant plot point in the story. Rescuing unicorns, for example, would create a scarcity in the environment, making it harder for them to fulfill client orders and gain capital to reinvest in the organization. As this never happens, however, it makes me wonder why the devs even felt the need to make poaching a thing to begin with. However, I do have to acknowledge that the mechanic is made somewhat more relevant by having the very last challenge centered around it. To unlock the door that guards the final pensive, we have to defeat a Graphorn so that we may tame it afterwards. Do note that this is the only time in the entire game where the events play out this way, as all other creatures, regardless of their size, can't resist the pull of our suitcase. But because it's a cool sequence that's on brand with the source material, I'm giving it a free pass. What doesn't work, however, is the fact that the quest practically ends there. All that's left is to ride the creature to the newly updated waypoint and let it unlock the door. If we ignore the fact that none of Ranrock's loyalists thought of guiding a Graphorn to the only door in the game that literally depicts the creature, the reason this doesn't work is because it feels like it was added at the last minute. Beforehand, you had 3 dungeons that felt like multi-layered quests. They brought you to different locations, required you to solve puzzles to progress through the map's layout, and, narratively, push the story forward, adding obstacles for the player to overcome while creating urgency in everything you do. When combining all these components and more, it creates individual quests that were each 20 to 30 minutes long. In the grand finale, however, we get an admittably memorable quest that ultimately feels out of place in the campaign. It's about 5 minutes long, it doesn't push the narrative in any meaningful way. What's worse is that the cutscene obtained by interacting with the pensive doesn't come anywhere close to justifying the quest's existence. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if, initially, this quest started off as a side quest that got pushed up in priority when deadlines had to be met. What also cheapens the overall experience is the realization that, regardless of how memorable the main quests are, as we'll soon see, they always progress the plot in the same way, time and time again, we discover that Ranrock has not only figured out where the next ancient magic hotspot is, but has also already started excavating the area. We're always a few steps behind him, which is what triggers each teacher to let go of their principles and allow you to complete their challenge. This means that only the first teacher lets us access their dungeon immediately. The other 3 require that a full season passes so that Ranrock has enough time to figure out his next move. It's contrived for sure, but as I've stated before, it's easy to overlook because without a shadow of a doubt, the devs saved the best quests for the main campaign. The first 2 dungeons feel copy-pasted, but are challenging nonetheless. Plus, after spending countless hours roaming the open world, they're kept exclusively for the main campaign, so they add that much needed variety to an experience that started feeling bland after a few long sessions. However, what can't be understated is just how different and unique the 3rd dungeon is. At some point, you discover that the portkey to the dungeon is located inside the headmaster's office. Obviously, no student is allowed up there, so it naturally brings another level of complexity to the challenge. Well, that's what I would have liked to say, because in reality, we don't have to wrap our minds around the issue for long. Fortunately for us, Professor Fig pulled a Deus Ex Machina by having a polyjuice potion containing Black's hair just begging to be used for such an occasion. We then proceed to walk around the school, trying to find Black's house elf so that he may divulge the password. And man, saying that this quest is hilarious is really an understatement. Whenever you hear someone talk about the headmaster, they're always complaining about either his arrogant nature or his incompetence at running a school. So seeing your character fail to act like him time and time again is such a shift in tone that it makes getting to this point in the campaign almost worth the hassle. Here's my favorite scene from the quest, which happens when Professor Sharp corners us in a random corridor.
Professor, I was hoping to catch you.
Places to be, Professor Sharp, places to be.
Of course, sir. Only, you'd asked me about a particular potion, and I
did? I did, yes. Well, spit it out, Sharp. I don't have all day.
Probably best not to discuss it here, sir.
I assure you, Sharp, you may speak freely.
Very well. I've brewed the cure for boils you wanted. I can drop it by your office when it's convenient.
Of course, yes. No need for all the cloak and dagger. Simply have a student deliver it.
A student. Very well, sir, if you insist.
I do. And thank you, Sharp. I just hope you've brewed enough for all my boils.
Pure narrative gold. Man, I wish I could see the face of the student that gets that assignment. Or Black's when he receives it in such a casual way. I won't spoil the rest of the adventure, but I know that when I think back to the fond moments I had with the game, this quest appears in my mind almost immediately. Little side note, this is the only time we see the headmaster outside of the game's cutscenes. I can imagine that paying Simon Pegg to voice the principal was an expensive endeavor, hence why he's almost non-existent for most of the experience. He only appears a total of 3 cutscenes and 1 quest, making him probably the least utilized influential character in the game. But that probably worked in his favor, however, because when activists were trying to summon a crowd to boycott the game, they decided to do the same for him. Guilty by Association was the name of the game, so by having him barely in it, and attached to the funniest quest in the game, I can imagine he was rapidly forgotten as a result. Anyway, similar shenanigans ensue until we find Scrope and get him to divulge the password. Once again, it's all played for laughs, making it a fitting end for the quest. With the password in hand, we leave the baffled servant behind and rush into a secluded corner on the 2nd floor, waiting for the potion's effect to wear off. Afterwards, we head to the headmaster's office, locate the aforementioned book, and interact with it. What comes next probably took everyone by surprise. Out of nowhere, the game changes its graphical style. This is the only moment where the devs decided to reinvent the wheel, shifting from a semi-realistic art style to a hand-drawn aesthetic. This representational change is justified by the fact that, for the first and only time in the game, the method of storytelling is altered. Normally, we experience the story as it unfolds, which is why the visuals are clean and modern. But now that we're inside a book, we're witnessing past events narrated by the keeper. As a result, the shift to an ink and pen shading style reinforces this concept and helps visually sell the change to the player. From a gameplay perspective, it gives the devs room to be creative and break the status quo. Since the quest is a reimagining of the Deathly Hallows tale, it allows them to use the narrative to shake things up. For example, we must find the wand created by Death to earn the right to defend ourselves. This makes it the second and final quest in the game that forces us into a stealth section. We're required to avoid both Death himself and the new enemy type called Death's Shadow. If you ignore the fact that your character is visibly holding a wand the entire time, meaning the only reason you can't cast spells is because the script says so, it's actually a solid change of pace. It forces you to slow down and plan your movements, which was almost unheard of until now. It also makes the enemies feel more threatening since you're unable to defend yourself. It would have been nice if the devs had taken the time to explain why that is, but since we're the protagonists of a predefined story, it's easy to give it a pass. Our goal is to find all 3 Deathly Hallows before reaching the Keeper. The first item we find is the Cloak of Invincibility, which somehow makes us even more invisible than before. This actually highlights a minor issue with the quest. If this is your introduction to the franchise, you'll have absolutely no idea what's going on. At no point does the game explain why we're here, what these items are, or why we're collecting them. We just are. So for a Harry Potter newcomer, there's no real difference between casting the Disillusionment spell and wearing the cloak. However, for fans of the franchise, it's a thrilling experience. We get to evade Death himself while rendering his minions completely useless. Plus, knowing that it's the same cloak Harry uses in the movies brings back those sweet, sweet member berries. Later, we unlock Dumbledore's wand, which, once again, has no real impact on gameplay. But because we're familiar with the source material, we can fill in the blanks and assume that only the most powerful wand in existence could stand a chance against these skeletal figures, clearly reskins of the Ashwinders. And finally, we have Death's Troll, which are probably self-explanatory. Surprisingly, there's no boss fight in this segment. More specifically, you don't find Death at the end, and from a gameplay standpoint, things remain unchanged. However, in practice, I don't think that's a bad thing. It allows us to fully soak in the atmosphere. This is the only time the game does something like this, and since there's no option to replay missions, it's likely the only time you'll get to experience it. Speaking of one-time experiences, there's an achievement in the game that feels exponentially harder to unlock than the rest. It's called Finishing Touches, and it requires you to use ancient magic to defeat every enemy type in the game. The book states that there are a total of 69 different enemies to defeat. Naturally, I assumed that if you forgot to use the spell on any of these 3 unique enemies in this quest, you'd be locked out of this achievement. Well, it turns out that the game only counts enemies that respawn regularly, so bosses and quest-specific enemies don't count, which is really appreciated. Anyways, after defeating all of Death's minions, we unlock the final relic to the tale, the Resurrection Stone. This leads us to the Keeper, who guides us to what is arguably the most stunning pensive sequence in the game. The quest then concludes, seemingly continuing the main narrative, which I'll touch on later. From that point onwards, we're thrown back into the familiar routine. We need to complete more mandatory side quests before earning the right to tackle the final challenge I mentioned earlier. Overall, I really enjoy the main quests and the way the story is told. The pacing is solid, and the quests are usually imaginative and engaging. Compared to the lackluster side content, even the less exciting main missions feel exhilarating and memorable. Unfortunately, despite all the praise, there are 2 major issues that keep me from fully recommending the experience. The first is in the writing, which, as you'll soon see, isn't quite where it needs to be. There are plenty of inconsistencies and events that happen purely for the sake of plot progression. That said, it's not a deal breaker since the missions leading up to those moments are often fun and varied. Plus, the overarching mystery surrounding Isadora shows a lot of promise, which keeps me motivated to push through just to see what would happen next. The second issue, however, is harder to overlook. The way the devs chose to tell the story. The plot suffers from being tied to a subpar open world structure. There are simply too many unrelated but mandatory quests that disrupt the main narrative. And because the open world design encourages players to engage at their own pace, those story gaps become even more noticeable. It's hard to stay immersed in the adventure when the next chapter to the story might not happen until several hours of unrelated gameplay later. All things considered, the silver lining is that the devs were clearly aware of these pacing issues and tried to address them by weaving the main narrative through the 3 key characters we meet at school. In theory, each of them is meant to offer a unique perspective on the story while giving us experience that would feel out of place in the main campaign. Sebastien Sallow's arc revolves around the dark arts and how far someone is willing to go to save a loved one. Poppy Sweeting's story highlights the importance of preserving magical wildlife and the consequences of failing to do so. Finally, Natsai Onai's arc is designed to contrast Sebastian's. While his story explores the length people will go to prevent loss, hers focuses on the aftermath, how the death of a loved one reshapes us, and how that same event can affect others in different ways. Each of these arcs touches on themes that, in one way or another, relates to the main 2 villains. So by helping these characters, we're not only contributing to their personal growth, but also gain insight into the motivations of the keepers and aiding in the villain's eventual downfall. That all sounds great on paper, but in practice, the devs weren't able to fully deliver on that promise. 2 of the 3 characters don't actually contribute to the main plot in any meaningful way. The bright side is that one of them, Poppy's questline, is genuinely entertaining and fulfills a specific fantasy. The other probably should have been cut from the game entirely. Natsai Onai is a student who recently moved from Zimbabwe to the Hogwarts region after her mother accepted a position teaching divination. We learn that her actions are driven by a tragic event from her past. To put it simply, her father was an animagus who could transform into a giraffe. When she was 9, they went through a stroll through the savannah. While she was riding on his back, they were ambushed by bandits and her father sacrificed himself to save her. Haunted by guilt, Natsai vowed to dedicate her life to fighting evil wherever she encountered it. So when she learns that both Rockwood and Ranrock are after us, she insists on helping us find a permanent solution. Interestingly enough, this character only has one quest that's considered part of the main storyline. It's called The High Keep, and it begins with Natsai telling us that she saw a man called Theophilus Harlow holding a letter bearing Rockwood's seal at a local pub, the Hog's Head. She tries to steal the letter but fails, apparently forgetting that Accio, the only spell we actually see her learn, was an option. Undeterred, she decided to follow him until he entered the castle you see before you. Naturally, she asked us to help her retrieve the letter, hoping that by handing it over to the town's only Alder, it would prove Harlow's connection to Rockwood. But before the quest even begins, there's already an issue worth addressing. The main issue is a bit ironic when you consider the only other time Harlow is mentioned in the game. You'll remember when he first appeared in this video and subsequently in the game. If you do, I have no idea how you figured that out. I personally had to go online after my second playthrough because the devs did a terrible job of implementing him in the story. Turns out, he's the mute man standing next to Rockwood in the 3 broomsticks. They enter together, Rockwood even addresses him by name, and they leave together. The guy's even wearing a Slytherin vest. Could he be any more stereotypical? So why do we need a random letter to prove his involvement with one of the 2 main villains? It feels like the devs either didn't think this through, or just needed a quick and easy way to motivate Natsai's questline. Dropping Harlow into this mission was probably the least effort-intensive way to do it. And fun fact, he also appears during the heated discussion between Ranrock and Rockwood. Most players probably didn't know this because the camera never focuses on him. He's just standing there like a background NPC while the real characters talk. But, like much of the game, don't think about it too hard because infiltrating the castle is actually a fun experience. And when we reach the top, we discover 2 kidnapped hippogriffs. Rescuing them unlocks our first animal mount, making it a nostalgic and exciting quest. And unfortunately, it's also Natsai's most unique and memorable one. Including her introductory mission, she appears in a total of 10 quests, only half of which involve actual gameplay. We've already seen 3 of them, with 2 requiring player input, meaning we only have 3 real quests left. One of them involves rescuing a kidnapped child. We follow a trail of footsteps that lead into a tent which, like in the 4th movie, is bigger on the inside than the outside. It's a visually striking moment, and in isolation, it's one of the most unique quests in the game. The surprise factor alone makes it memorable. Unfortunately, the devs reused that same trick during Poppy's questline, and that version ends up being superior in every way, complete with a Dragon Brawl. Here, we just fight the same Ashwinders as before, unlock the cage, and escort the child back to their mother. It's a nice aesthetic change, but ultimately, it feels like the same experience repackaged. The next mission is somewhat better. When we arrive in Hogsmeade, Natsai lays out the plan. While she follows a lead at the Hogshead Inn, she wants us to interrogate 3 individuals who supposedly have information on Harlow. We do as instructed, and, by the end, we learn that 2 of them were being extorted by the local misfits. The third reveals that her husband was abducted. We return to the meeting point, only to find it empty. Fortunately, Natsai conveniently mentioned her destination during the briefing, so we head there to investigate. This leads into the Hogshead basement, where, after using Revelio to uncover the not-so-hidden entrance, we're greeted by a larger interior crawling with Ashwinders. Once the threat is neutralized, we naturally start looting the place. We recover the stolen items from the 3 victims, and free both Natsai and the kidnapped husband from their cells. As we exit the way we came in, we're greeted by the town's only Auror. Apparently, the man we rescued tipped her off, and now she's here to scold us for our heroism.
I appreciate what you're trying to do, but you are taking great risk. Next time, please let the authorities handle the Ashwinders.
Screw you, lady! If you were actually doing your job, you wouldn't have kids doing it for you. If you ignore the fact that we never get to return the stolen items to their rightful owners, this quest is well structured and free of major inconsistencies. It's engaging, offers a nice variety of tasks, and helps flesh out the town. Overall, it's a solid mission, and since it's the only time in the game we get to, quote-unquote, take part in an investigation, it stands out as a fun endeavor. That said, not everything works perfectly. The Aura's sudden appearance ties into the larger conflict, so her inclusion feels less like genuine concern and more like a convenient plot device. Now, remember when I said that half of Natsai's quests involve gameplay? Well, the other half consists entirely of lengthy cutscenes. Of those 5, 3 focus on the differing perspectives between Natsai and her mother. Both are still healing from the loss of a loved one, and the devs use these dialogue exchanges to show how the same tragedy can affect people in different ways. The mother has become overprotective, while Natsai has developed a bottomless vendetta against crime. Or, at least, that's what they were going for. In reality, it's probably the most boring part of the game. Please enjoy.
I am allowed to leave the castle. I am always careful, Mother.
Careful. Officer Singer disagrees. She sent me an owl telling me that you have been trying to collect evidence of some kind against dark wizards. She berated me for not keeping a closer eye on you, and she is right. I do not want you visiting Hogsmeade for the near future.
But Mother!
My little gazelle, you are well-intentioned, but you must not meddle in the affairs of dangerous people.
If someone had meddled in Matabeleland, Father would still be with us.
I must get to class. Perhaps your friend can get you to listen to reason.
Did you see that neck movement? It's almost as odd as the voice acting. I'm sure they did their best, all things considered, but these 2 are easily the weakest performers in the cast. Their line delivery is painfully slow, enunciating every syllable to the point where it sounds robotic. It feels like they're reading lines rather than breathing life into them. And yeah, I know, it's a bit hypocritical of me to say that, considering I'm often guilty of the same thing, but this is a AAA game with a $150 million budget. I refuse to believe they couldn't find better voice talent, especially when the rest of the cast is superb. Fun fact, I had no idea of the following 2 things until I got to this part of the script. First, it turns out that the reason I dislike the voice acting for both Natsai and their mother is because, well, they're voiced by the same person. Yup, Candace Kane is the culprit here, and I'm really sorry if I butchered that. I have genuinely no idea how to pronounce it. Anyways, do you know what movie she's also mostly known for? Human Centipede 2. I swear, I will never see these 2 characters the same way again. Also, please insert joke of her not having that many lines of dialogue in the movie. Now, to be fair to the voice actor, I think the real issue is that she was asked to manufacture 2 different accents instead of the devs hiring someone with the desired nationality. The voice actor is British, and after listening to an interview with her on YouTube, I can confirm that her natural English accent is quite strong, so it must have been a real challenge to create 2 distinct foreign accents that sounded familiar and deliver her lines convincingly. Also worth noting, Hogwarts Legacy is only her second voice acting role. Her first was in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, released in 2022, where she voiced Anila Nova Brown in multiplayer. So with a major franchise like Harry Potter on the table, I imagine that kind of resume carried some weight during casting, and considering she also has over a decade of experience in film, I could see why she was considered for the role. That said, it's still hard to stay invested in Natsai's questline, not just because of the voice acting, but because the content itself is poorly designed and not particularly engaging. Half of the time, you're just standing there listening to dialogue that reminded me a lot of Silent Hill Ascension, and if that wasn't bad enough, her final questline ends with a whimper. After Natsai receives a letter she suspects is from Harlow, she shows up at the designated location expecting an ambush. Sure enough, that's exactly what happens. We fight off a wave of enemies until the big guy himself finally shows up. He delivers a typical, but mercifully brief, villain dialogue, and then we take him on directly. Nothing particularly noteworthy here, he gets overpowered just like the rest of them. But then, just as he's about to go down, he repositions himself and our wands connect in a dramatic beam struggle, just like in the 4th movie. Now, as cool as that moment is, it is completely inaccurate to the lore. To make a long story short, the only reason this phenomenon happens in the source material is because both wands share the same core. Specifically, Harry's and Voldemort's wands both contain a feather from the same phoenix. When 2 such wands are forced to duel, it triggers an extremely rare magical effect called Priori Incantatum. This, in turn, causes the wands to regurgitate echoes of past spells, hence why Voldemort's wand starts releasing the echoes of those he killed. The benefit of working on such a long-term project is that I finally had the time to dive deep into the books for the first time. I'm currently reading The Order of the Phoenix, and this part is still fresh in my mind. Going back to Hogwarts Legacy, this means 2 things. 1. We've witnessed an extremely rare magical event with a near zero probability of happening, or the devs just wanted to give the questline an epic cinematic finish. My money's on the second one, especially because later on in the game, we'll discover that when we defeat Rockwood, he will die in the same exact way. With the lore tossed out of the window, we win the duel and rebound Harlow's Avada Kedavra back to him. However, unlike in the final movie, he survives because the story needs him for what comes next. As we turn to check on our companion, Harlow casts Crucio in our direction. Natsai, apparently forgetting that we're max level and carrying a small warehouse worth of healing potions, jumps in front of the curse in her Animagus form. The story comes full circle here. Just like her father, she sacrificed herself to protect someone she cares about. But naturally, because this is peak storytelling, she survives the blast with only minor injuries. And, of course, the Auror shows up at the most convenient moment yet again to arrest the villain. In the next scene, we find ourselves in the Hogwarts hospital wing alongside Natsai's mother. Natsai reassures us that her injuries are temporary and shares that the experience gave her a new perspective on the trauma that shaped her childhood. She realized that her father's sacrifice was a choice, a righteous act, not something she should carry guilt for. It's a nice emotional beat, and the quest ends on a high note as we declare that, with Harlow behind bars, the Ashwinders are crippled and the land is safe. But here's the problem. This is the last quest that you unlock in the game. You can only complete it after defeating both Ranrock and Rockwood. So are we really supposed to believe that arresting Harlow is somehow a bigger blow to the organization than taking down its 2 actual leaders? It gets even more questionable when you realize that the game never shows us what makes Harlow more dangerous than his peers. All we know is that he's guilty of extortion and kidnapping, which, while being bad, pales in comparison to the guys bankrolling the entire operation. Sorry, but I'm not buying it. You know what else doesn't work? The aftermath of the Crucio curse. In the source material, no one ends up physically injured from it. The spell overstimulates the nerves and causes immense pain and psychological trauma. At its worst, it can shatter a person's mind. Just look at Neville Longbottom's parents. But physical damage? Not really a thing. So the only way Natsai could have been hurt is from that tiny fall she took after transforming. And honestly, given the speed and distance of that movement, I don't think that's plausible either. Hey, so this is me during the editing phase, and I was listening to my explanation about the Crucio spell, and honestly, I'm not really satisfied with it. I feel like I left a lot unsaid, and compared to what most people expect about the spell, I'm sure that what I just said could be misleading, and I decided that I would rather over-explanate it than potentially leave someone in the dark or confused in my comments. So, to be more precise, the Crucio spell does indeed cause pain. We see it in the movie when Voldemort has its fun with Harry Potter in the graveyard in the Goblet of Fire, and I'm using the word here fun in huge quotation marks because I mean it's clearly not it, right? The Crucio spell is essentially torturing your nervous system. It activates the nervous system completely, and that is why you see all that stuttering and etc. It causes both physical and mental pain. But the thing is, the book is kind of floppy when it comes to the long-term effects of the Cruciatus spell. So what I mean by that is, if you look at the Longbottom case, which are both parents of Neville Longbottom, they were tortured by Bellatrix Lestrange and other Death Eaters to the point of insanity, and that is why you don't see them in the movies, and they barely have anything to do in the books themselves. Which, by the way, I finished because, editing this took months, if not a full year. I haven't really been counting, but anyways, regardless to that point, there's a chapter where Harry and the gang, they go to the hospital and they, by chance, meet Neville Longbottom and his parents. And the parents aren't really described as having any physical deformations, problems, anything that you would expect. It is a purely mental state. And they're one of the worst cases of that spell. And there's also that other person, Bertha Jorkins, who is a government worker for the Ministry of Magic, who gets captured by both Voldemort and Peter Pettigrew, and she gets tortured because they wanted information from her. They discovered that she had a memory charm which was blocking specific memories in her, kind of like what you see in the second movie. But the thing is, the Cruciatus curse is so strong that it's able to, in the long term, destroy the memory charm and essentially unlock those memories again, with obviously causing long-term mental damage. She is, although described as having also long-term physical damage, but to my memory and also just reading online, it's never really specified what it is. It just says that she got physical damage, but for the mental, we get a bunch of examples. Just to summarize it, the way I see the Cruciatus spell is the same way that we see the Chinese water drop torture, or it's also called the dripping machine. So when you think about it, a drop of water is nothing really special. We all get covered in water more or less on a daily basis. But if you put anything on the same area for the longest time, whether it being, caressing the skin or in this case water, it will at some point become irritating. Well, activate those same nerves for hours, if not days, and it will cause long-term fear, paranoia, and even lead to the mental deterioration. So when you think about it, it's kind of dumb because it's just drops of water. It looks inoffensive. But it's when you take the time to really think about it, our body isn't made to be constantly stimulated. We use it to detect when we touch stuff and what is dangerous or not, or etc. But when it is overstimulated for long periods of time, our body just cracks. So this is what I mean by the Cruciatus curse. These people were under the effects of the spell for hours, or if not even days. Well, it's not really specified, but I mean, regardless, you know what I mean. So that is why I said that it's pretty much impossible that the Cruciatus curse is the cause of whatever happened to Natsai. because like she was tortured for a shorter duration than Harry was at the end of Goblet of Fire, and yet she ends up on a wheelchair. So I do genuinely believe that it did nothing. You know, it was basically like a 2-second unpleasantry, and then she fell down straight up. You could say that, you know, it pinched her nerves, and then when she fell down, well then that might have, you know, done nerve damage. But like to the point that it puts her on a wheelchair, I just don't buy it. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed that explanation. To the very least, maybe I got something wrong. You know, I want to specify that I'm not, like, even after all these hours, I will never claim to be like this huge, like, historian of like the Harry Potter franchise and everything that it does. I'm just a guy trying to make a really good video so that people can understand what the problems are with this game so that we don't get those same issues later. I just like to be thorough, do all the research that I can, and obviously if you're gonna do YouTube, you might as well find your own niche and do something unique. And I don't think anyone has went to this depth to be able to explain this video game, and I mean the games that I cover in general. Anyways, back to the video. Overall, it's a very poor offering to the experience. I get that they wanted to have a character represent each household, like Sebastien being from Slytherin, her representing Gryffindor, and finally, Poppy proudly wearing the Hufflepuff dress robes. I do also understand that the devs probably felt the need to diversify the characters, as the game is mostly centered around a Caucasian cast. However, this isn't how you do it. Including an Afro-American character and giving her the worst side plot in the game doesn't make anyone feel good. On the contrary, I think it brings shame because, as you'll soon see, there's a clear discrepancy between her quests and those included for the other two characters. Those are my 2 cents on the matter, and as I'm clearly not from that ethnicity, I will let someone who is take over that discussion. Moving on, the other character loosely connected to the main plot is Poppy Sweeting. She essentially serves as a stand-in for Newt Scamander from the Fantastic Beasts series. We first meet her during the 25th quest, Beast Class. A couple of students are mistreating a fluffy creature during the session, and after she scolds them, Poppy officially introduces herself. We then bond over our shared love for magical creatures as we brush and feed the cat-like animal. Since she senses no malice in our intentions, she decides to introduce us to her secret hippogriff friend, Highwing. This scene serves 2 purposes. First, it lets us reenact the iconic moment from the 3rd movie. We bow and offer food to gain the creature's trust. Second, it introduces us to the same hippogriff that later needs rescuing during Natsai's first major quest. Overall, this quest establishes the core values that define Poppy's storyline. She's all about protecting those who can't protect themselves, and unlike Natsai, whose arc often leans on the tell don't show approach, Poppy's character is built through action. We defend a creature in need, and as a reward, we meet another, even more majestic one with emotional ties to our classmate. Later in the game, we learn that Poppy's hatred for poachers stems from her personal experience. As a child, both her parents were poachers. She witnessed firsthand the damage they cause, not just to wildlife, but to the land itself. Her family constantly moved from town to town, evading the law and seeking new creatures to exploit. Then, one fateful day, she saw a group of poachers capturing a hippogriff. Knowing they intended to kill it, she took a stand and ran away with the creature. That traumatic event blossomed into the bond we see today. Her questline is split into 2 distinct parts, but both follow the same emotional formula. Our shared resilience and desire to make the world a better place pushes us into action. And no matter the cost, those actions always lead to positive change. Already, it's clear that what follows will be more compelling than what we've seen so far. The first part of Poppy's story begins with us investigating nearby poacher activity. Along the way, we encounter a group of centaurs patrolling the area. They warn us that more humans have been spotted in the woods lately, and if they find out that we're working with the poachers, they won't hesitate to strike us down. We naturally deny the accusation, part ways, and continue down the path. At the end of the trail, we come across a recently abandoned poacher camp. After a bit of investigation, we discover a hidden path that leads to a more secluded encampment. We fight our way through and reach a structure at the far end of the area. Inside, we find the infamous poacher tent, where 2 dragons are being forced to fight for the entertainment of their captors. Naturally, we decide to shut the operation down. Luckily for us, it doesn't take a long time to find a 3rd dragon struggling in the back. Since it was recently captured, the poachers are having a rough time controlling it. It's the perfect distraction, allowing us to sneak around and take them out by surprise. On the way, we also discover a dragon's egg locked in a small cage. We take a moment to recover it before heading towards the distressed creature. A fight breaks out and, as usual, professional criminals are no match for 2 teenagers. This fight also highlights a rare issue I haven't had the chance to talk about yet. The devs use a specific moment in the campaign to introduce new enemy types. In this case, we're introduced to the poacher Animagus, who can transform into a wolf at will. However, since these enemies are programmed to spawn in higher level areas, there's a good chance you've already encountered them while exploring the open world. In other words, the devs assumed players would follow the main questline closely and didn't account for those who explored freely. The result? A cutscene introduction that, at best, feels out of place, and at worst, makes the devs seem a bit careless. Either way, it's not a huge deal, it's just odd that by quest 33 out of 45, they didn't consider that players might have already seen the entire map. Regardless, once we've defeated the enemies, we free the dragon, who immediately swallows a newly spawned Ashwinder. She then unleashes a fiery breath attack, incinerating the remaining enemies. What I really like about this scene is how consistent it is with the gameplay mechanics we've seen so far. Only we know how to properly block slow-moving attacks, which explains why even the enemies on the far left of the screen don't have the time to cast a basic Pratico. Speaking of that spell, I love how the shield changes color when the dragon's fire hits it. It's a small but impactful detail that sells the power of the attack and makes the moment feel more intense. After that, we burn a hole through the draped ceiling, allowing the dragon to escape while we exit through the back door ourselves. It's only then that we realize that we didn't get the chance to return her egg before she flew off, meaning we'll have to hold on to it a little longer while we track down her lair. A few days later, Poppy manages to locate the abandoned structure the dragon had made her new home, but finding her is the easy part. Returning the egg without being roasted is another story. We're required to channel our inner gears of war and move from corner to corner when the coast is clear. Or, you could just do like me on my second playthrough and just take the damage and wait for your health to regenerate. Either way, the quest ends with us finally reaching the nest and placing the egg on a platform. The dragon swoops down, and just as it seems like she's about to attack, she grabs the egg and disappears into the sky. During the whole celebration, the victory is short-lived however, as Poppy realizes something's off. It all came too easy. They didn't encounter a single poacher during the entire operation, which raises the obvious question: why? While pondering this, Poppy had a grim realization and rushes off to verify her hunch. Turns out that she was right, as the poachers weren't at the castle because they assumed she would have kept the dragon egg at her residence instead. They raided her home, and when they came up empty-handed, they stole some research her grandma had been working on. That research was a collection of encrypted texts that, supposedly, revealed the location of the last remaining Snitchet. For context, the snitch used in Quidditch is a magical replica of this creature. Originally, actual Snidgets were used in the sport, but their use led to their extinction. Eventually, they were replaced by enchanted objects, the one we see in the films. Unfortunately, the switch came too late, and the species was believed to be extinct. Or so we thought. For reasons never fully explained in the game, Poppy's grandmother happened to find journals suggesting the Snidgets still exist. However, due to the cryptic nature of the texts, all she could decipher was that the key to finding them lay in the moonlight. Now that the poachers have this information, Poppy fears they'll begin hunting for the creature as well. With no clear next step, we decide to seek help from the centaurs, hoping they'll assist us once they see that our intentions align with theirs. Now, before we move on, there's already a few things that don't make sense. First off, why didn't the poachers split their efforts and send people to both locations? This is a well-oiled organization with enough manpower to replace the hundreds we've already taken out and still remain operational. They could have easily dispatched a small recon team to the dragon's den while sending a larger group to raid Poppy's home, but instead, they put all their eggs in one basket. And speaking of eggs, the dragon's plot is completely dropped after this point. Neither the poachers or our protagonists ever mention the encounter again. In my mind, this is yet another plot hole. The writers clearly couldn't find a natural way to link the two storylines, so they created a contrivance. If that wasn't the case, then we're expected to believe that poachers knew exactly where the dragon was, but still chose to ignore it in favor of raiding a house. Also, how did they even know where Poppy lives? She's still attending Hogwarts, and students aren't allowed to leave the school grounds except during Christmas break and the end term. Wouldn't it have made more sense for her to hide the egg at Hogwarts, where it would have been far safer? Okay, but let's play devil's advocate now. Let's say the poachers knew where she lived because her parents gave her the information. As we know, they were also part of the criminal underground, so it's plausible they pointed the group in the right direction. Maybe the poachers simply had no reasons to attack Poppy and her grandmother before because both were operating in secret. But now that we've been caught stealing the egg, they decided to act, assuming it would be stored at their home. When they come up empty, they stumble onto the decrypted journals and shift their focus for the Snidgets. That's all well and good, but it still doesn't explain why they didn't kidnap Poppy's grandmother. She's the one who found the journals, studied them, and began translating them as well. And we know the poachers aren't above abducting people, so why not force her to continue her research under their supervision? From a development standpoint, her kidnapping would have added urgency to the quest. She could have been used as a bargaining chip, forcing Poppy to choose between saving her loved one and protecting what might be the last of an extinct species. Worst of all, this exact plot point could have been used to fix a previous contrivance. If the old woman who gives us the Trial of Merlin questline had been Poppy's guardian, her disappearance from the game would have made perfect sense. The devs could have used an existing character, fleshed her out a bit more, and added a few lines to acknowledge our progress. As you can see, this stuff practically writes itself, but obviously, we get none of that in the game. One last thing before we move on, I find it really funny that there's absolutely no mention of the two dragons that were forced to fight in the arena. You'd think that a girl who's dedicated her life to saving magical creatures would at least consider going back for them before deciding that the Snidgets and her grandmother were the only priorities. As I've stated previously, none of that happens. Instead, they head straight into the forest, hoping to persuade the centaurs. After wandering aimlessly for a while, they eventually cross paths with the magical beings. But due to the recent surges in poacher activity, the centaurs have grown distrustful of humans. Their leader immediately assumes we're up to no good and prepares his herd to strike us down. Conveniently, another centaur, Doran, shows up just in time to convince the leader to let us go, arguing that we're just kids and haven't done anything to deserve their hostility. As the rest of the herd vacates the area, Doran offers to escort us out of the Forbidden Forest. Seeing as this is their last chance to request aid, Poppy spills the beans about the Snidgets.
Follow me before
Golden Snidgets are still alive, and the poachers are after them. They know that the key to finding them lies in the moonlight, but they don't know what that means, yet. Please, help us find the Snidgets before the poachers do.
Could it be? In the south, there is a cave within which lies what the poachers seek. A moonstone. Retrieve it and place it in the henge in the forest. I, on the other hand, must go speak with the herd. Find me after you have done this.
As always, it's incredibly convenient that Doran doesn't need any convincing. He's immediately on board, ready to help, and even provides us with the next step in our journey. You could easily label this as another Deus Ex Machina moment. The odds of being saved by someone with influence in the herd, who's willing to help without needing proof, and who just so happens to know what to do next without consulting anyone, is extremely contrived. Luckily for us, the quest that precedes this one almost makes up for the poor plot progression. After doing some research in the school library, Poppy uncovers a collection of local folklore warning people to stay away from a particular cave. It's a bit of a stretch, but she theorizes that these tales may have been created to protect something important, like the Moonstone. So we decide to take our chances and head inside. It quickly becomes clear that the devs designed this area like any other dungeon. It reuses the butterfly puzzles that we've seen in previous quests, doesn't introduce any new enemy types, and its overall length is pretty standard. In short, the gameplay and map design aren't particularly unique. However, since it's tied to the main plot point, it has a bit more flair than its peers. For starters, unlike most dungeons, which are dark and entirely underground, this one varies its depth and color palette throughout. We begin in a dimly lit area, only to emerge into what appears to be the ruins of a long-forgotten castle. Flora has taken over most surfaces, giving the space a more natural and inviting feel. Combined with the sunlight pouring in, the area feels expansive and ancient. Then, just as we're settling into the change of scenery, the devs add a small but meaningful touch to the environment.
I beg your pardon?
This must be how the rumor about the cave started. The Whooper's song is said to drive anyone who hears it mad.
Of course, that moment applies to everyone except the player, because we can shelter as many creatures as we want without facing any consequences. This brings up an interesting point. What we just saw isn't all that special. Other games include scripted environmental moments like this all the time. They're relatively easy to implement and help breathe life into what are otherwise static landscapes. It's so common, in fact, that most of us, including myself, take them for granted. But Hogwarts Legacy is surprisingly sparse when it comes to these kinds of ambient touches. Most of the time, you won't encounter any friendly wildlife. Generally speaking, it feels like you're running through a series of interconnected corridors, with enemies clearly telegraphed and loot strategically placed to guide you deeper into the dungeon. So when something as simple as a few colorful birds flying overhead happens, it leaves a lasting impression. And when you factor in that, for once, you're not exploring alone, that moment feels far grander than it actually is. Then, after swimming through a narrow opening, we're once again blown away by the mystical scenery hidden deep within. An unfathomable number of birds circle a massive tree, and combined with the sunbeams piercing through the canopy, the entire area feels enchanted, like a dreamscape tucked away from prying eyes. It's like stumbling upon a hidden oasis, untouched and fragile. Our present feels intrusive, and the moment humbles us. So we quickly retrieve the moonstone hidden inside the tree trunk and head our way out as soon as possible. Just as we think it couldn't get any more magical, we arrive at the henge Doran had mentioned earlier. We place the moonstone into a spherical opening and witness something truly magnificent. Wow! If only the rest of the game had more moments like this, because that was as cool as it was unexpected. This scene is also followed by Poppy opening up and sharing her life story, which I've previously covered. These moments create one of the strongest and most memorable sequences in the game. The writing is solid, and for once, the presentation delivers something we haven't seen in the source material. If the devs had planned and spread more moments like this throughout the game, it would have made it much easier to overlook its shortcomings. We then report back to our centaur friend, and luckily for us, he immediately recognizes a symbol that the moon calves etched onto the ground. Once again, he points us in the right direction, urging us to head there immediately while we still have the upper hand on the poachers. We then apparate to the location and immediately spot the same symbol we saw earlier etched onto the entrance. At the same time, we notice the area is completely void of poachers, leading us to assume that they're still busy decrypting the notes. With time on our side, we meet up with Doran, who instructs us to place the moonstone into the central pillar. Doing so activates the two adjacent pillars, which begins projecting beams of light onto the ground. At first glance, this looks like a pretty basic puzzle. 2 of the 7 symbols edged around the main door are magically illuminated, clearly indicating which ones you need to target with the beams. We're then supposed to use Accio to rotate the mirrors until the beams of light align with the correct symbols. Sounds simple enough, but for some reason, I just wasn't able to get it to work. On my first playthrough, I had to resort to a guide because I couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong. On my second playthrough, I was determined to redeem myself and solve it solo. But after about 15 minutes of trial and error, I still couldn't crack it. I even restarted the game thinking it had glitched, but no, same result. So naturally, I gave up. Thank you, internet guide, you complete me. Now, as I'm writing this script, I think I've finally figured out my mistake. If you closely examine the two rooms we're supposed to highlight, you'll notice that the sun icon is unique. None of the others look remotely similar, making it easy to identify. But the second symbol, that one's deceptively tricky. There's a second rune that looks almost identical, with the only difference being a small dot at the center. It's highly probable that I, during both playthroughs, failed to spot that detail and got frustrated. Obviously, that was done by design. If you look at the full set of symbols, all of them have distinct shapes, except the one we're required to highlight. On one hand, this is inconsistent with the rest of the game, where puzzles are usually very straightforward. The game sets a standard for what players should expect, and this puzzle subverts that conditioning, making it a frustrating experience. On the other hand, it did force me to activate my brain and experiment with different solutions. Even though I ultimately failed, it pushed me to think outside the box and reevaluate my expectations for future puzzles, which, ironically, never gets fulfilled again. Once the door is unlocked, we head inside and begin exploring the dungeon. Just like the previous one, nature has reclaimed the abandoned stronghold, giving it a similar atmosphere. Visually, it looks great, and even if it feels like familiar territory, it's still refreshing to play, simply because of the sheer number of copy-pasted dungeons we had to slog through up to this point. After several minutes of exploring, we discover a large open area, and finally discover why getting here was so uneventful.
Little Poppy Sweeting! Forgot how to cover your track?
Turns out that the poachers weren't even trying to decipher the notes they stole from Poppy's grandmother. They wanted us to do all the work, so they pulled a full-on Solid Snake, hiding in the shadows until stealth was no longer required. I have two issues with this. First off, it's incredibly dumb for them to reveal themselves after having such a technical advantage. If only one of them simply cast Avada Kedavra from their hiding spot, we'd be toast. Why go through all the trouble of staying hidden if your endgame is to just fall back on brute force? Second, if the Stygians are truly as rare and valuable as the questline suggests, why didn't the devs spawn an end boss? Logically, if an organization built around hunting magical creatures discovered the existence of a species thought to be extinct, one that left a cultural mark and was once used in Quidditch, they would have sent their best operative. I.e., this could have been the perfect opportunity to properly introduce Harlow. If it had been revealed that he was overseeing the poaching activity, it would have recontextualized the entire narrative. From that point onwards, every tent filled with animal carcasses and fur would carry his signature. It would have given him a much needed backstory and provided a tangible reason for us to go after him. Fueled by the anger of that revelation, we'd have a real reason to clash wands. And just to stay on brand with the current writing style, the devs could have made him flee the scene while muttering something cheesy like, "You haven't seen the last of me." It would have been annoying, but in a good way. It would have made us want to finish the job. But since none of that is in the game, I think this is yet another instance where the devs didn't think this through. It feels like they added a battle sequence simply because it was the last room before the final cutscene. It's meant to artificially raise the stakes and shift the pacing, but I'd argue it does the opposite. In both my playthroughs, the lack of a meaningful climax actually pulled me out of the experience and lowered my overall enjoyment. Ironically, if this quest hadn't included any enemies, it would have allowed for two more satisfying interpretations. Either the poachers never figured out how to read the stolen documents, or they showed up too late after we've already saved the day. Whether or not you agree with my proposed alternatives, I think that we can all at least agree that they're more compelling than what we got. As it stands, it's a frustrating end to what was otherwise a pleasant and memorable questline. After committing yet another act of manslaughter, this time with Doran and his buddy fighting alongside us, we unlock the final door and claim our reward.
There they are. Now, all that remains is to break the charm.
You want us to... I only ever wanted to see them safe, which they are. You should do it. Merlin, they're lovely. But what happens now? They can't care for themselves, and surely once word gets out of their reappearance...
No harm will come to them. The centaurs will see to that. You have my word.
Thank you, Doran, for helping us to find them and to fight for them.
It is you who deserves the merit, child. You did what the poachers would never have. Remember that.
And that's that. The Snidgets are entrusted to the care of the centaurs, and we agree to keep the entire event a secret from our peers. What I find the most interesting about this questline is that, if you take a moment to reflect on the story, you'll notice a lot of missing information. Just looking at this final quest alone, how did Doran know where the entrance was? Why didn't they help us locate the creatures earlier? And what guarantees that they'll actually protect the Snidgets going forward? Out of all the centaurs we met, only Doran and his companions showed up for the climax. Are we supposed to believe that they'll be taking turns babysitting until the Snidgets reach maturity? And speaking of the Snidgets, who placed them under a status charm? If it was the previous inhabitants of the castle, who are they? What happened to them? What spell did they use to freeze the eggs in time? And how did we know the exact incantation to reverse it? Honestly, I could just go on, but at the end of the day, none of those questions truly matter. These quests were fun because they offered a unique experience. It felt like a genuine adventure, and the reward, saving a magical creature that never appeared in the films, was gratifying. What elevates the entire storyline even further is Poppy herself. She's cheerful, kind-hearted, and genuinely fun to be around. Her motivations are clear, reliable, and rooted in compassion. She also gives off what I can only describe as Hermione energy. Outgoing, brave, morally grounded, and always ready to stand up for what's right. All of these qualities explain why Poppy and her quests are so fondly remembered by the community. She's the kind of character most of us would love to have as a friend. And when you throw in magical creatures, it becomes easy to forgive the questline's shortcomings. This brings me to the main difference between Natsai's quest and Poppy's. Natsai's story is rooted in tragedy, but not one caused by her own actions. Her father's death wasn't a result of a mistake or misjudgment. They were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he sacrificed himself for her. This means that her entire motivation is built on inaction. And while that's not inherently a problem, the real issue is that by having her leave the continent, the devs stripped away all the personal elements that could have made her story feel grounded. What starts as a revenge arc, her pursuit of Harlow, slowly morphs into a redemption story. You can sense that this was the writer's intent, but because they never directly or symbolically link Harlow to the people responsible for her father's death, the narrative has nowhere to go. As a result, she's left with an unfocused plot that doesn't know whether it wants to explore the family schism or the crimes that caused it. On the other hand, Poppy's story progresses as a direct result of her proactive nature. Highwing was saved because of her strong moral compass, and more importantly, that decision recontextualizes her entire life. It shows us how far she's willing to go to create positive change. Those values become the backbone of our shared journey. Together, we save a dragon and reunite her with her lost egg. We forge an alliance with the centaurs, uncover the lost moonstone, and help resurrect a species thought to be extinct. And to further prove the strength of this questline, consider this. Half of Poppy's quest consists only of cutscenes. On paper, that should have worked against it, just like it did for Natsai, but in practice, it has the opposite effect. The main difference is that Poppy's story is always moving towards a clear, predefined goal. The cutscenes serve to brief the player on her progress and help us feel the passage of time. They make us sense that things are happening behind the scenes and that we're inching closer to something meaningful. It builds anticipation and gives us something to look forward to. In contrast, Natsai's cutscene-heavy quests feel redundant and padded. The family drama doesn't evolve the plot of the characters in any meaningful way, making those moments feel like filler. At the end of the day, it's the player's enjoyment that determines how much they're willing to forgive. When a quest is fun and led by a charming, well-written character, we're more likely to remember it for what it does well, not for the ways it breaks the immersion. Lastly, it's important to acknowledge that Poppy has an unfair advantage over her colleague. Going on an adventure to save magical creatures is inherently more enticing than yet another revenge plot centered around the loss of a loved one. Her story basically writes itself, especially with the Fantastic Beasts films available as reference material. As long as each quest pushes the narrative forward and promises more encounters with magical beings, players are naturally going to be more immersed and invested. Natsai's story, on the other hand, was always going to be harder to pull off. It's built around an abstract emotion, loss. Conveying that feeling to the player and getting them emotionally invested is a much taller order, especially in an open world game where quests are often spaced far apart. The emotional momentum is difficult to maintain, and normally, that's where I'd wrap this up. But interestingly enough, the devs included a second storyline that shares similar emotional themes. Logically, you'd expect both to receive equal attention and care, but you'd be wrong. Sebastien Sallow is hands down the best character in the game, and it's all thanks to the amount of time and effort the devs put into telling his story. For context, there were a total of 19 quests involving Sebastien, 7 of which are part of the main campaign, while the remaining 12 are side content. In comparison, both Natsai Onai and Poppy Sweeting only have 10 quests each. That's nearly double the amount, giving Sebastien significantly more time to develop a compelling story and build an emotional connection with the player. More importantly, 7 of Sebastian's quests are directly tied to the main narrative, unlike the other 2 characters who, at most, have only 3, and those are usually tutorial related. Sebastian's quest, on the other hand, consistently push the plot forward. This makes his personal storyline feel integral to the overarching mystery surrounding the Keepers, rather than a side detour. That's also why I chose to structure this video in the way that I did. Conveying Sebastian's story separately would have made the main narrative breakdown feel redundant, adding extra work without enough new content to justify it. Let's do a quick refresher of Sebastian's story, because I had skipped over a detail that's now relevant to the ongoing narrative. As we saw earlier, Sebastien acted as our guide during our first visit to Hogsmeade. That's where we stumbled upon Ranrock, Rockwood, and Mr. Invisible plotting their next move. Clearly frustrated that their troll strategy had failed, we managed to slip away thanks to Sirona's intervention. As we leave the 3 broomsticks, Sebastien asks why the most notorious criminals in the region are after us. We promise to explain in due time. After Sebastien saves our skin at the library, that time finally comes. Even though we promised Professor Fig we wouldn't tell anyone about what happened on our journey to Hogwarts, we decide to make an exception, trusting that Sebastien won't share the information with anyone else. To avoid being overheard, we ask him to take us somewhere private. Feeling honored by our trust, Sebastien leads us to a secret hideout, the Undercroft. The context here is that Sebastian's best friend and soon-to-be recurring character, Ominous Gaunt, showed him the location during their first year. Sebastien, Ominous, and Sebastian's sister Anne used the space to hang out away from prying eyes. Notably, they played this universe's version of marbles called Gobstones.
We used to play Gobstones here all the time, with my sister, Anne. She loved that infernal game. What I wouldn't give to lose to her again. I should tell you, I swore to Ominous I would safeguard this place. So please, keep this between us. He never confides in anyone. But he's trusted me since the day we met. I wouldn't want to jeopardize that. We used to sneak in here almost daily. We've never been caught.
Quick side note, Sebastien showing us the Undercroft without consulting Ominous is a breach of trust, and it does come back to bite him. We're caught by Ominous as we exit the area.
Actually, Sebastien brought me there, but he made it perfectly clear to keep quiet about it.
That rat! You breathe a word about this place to anyone, and not even your precious Professor Fig will be able to help you. My father is friends with the headmaster, and I'm not afraid to exploit that connection if I need to.
Whoa, he's a handful. But as you'll soon see, Sebastien's recklessness and egocentric nature are directly tied to his downfall, so this moment isn't a plot hole, it's a premonition of what's to come. As the following cutscene contains a lot of important world building, I'll let it play in full.
I think I've seen Ominous in potions. Or was it herbology? I've noticed that he uses his wand to navigate the castle.
He does. No idea how, though. Ominous was born blind, and no spell could reverse it. His wand seems almost sentient. Not surprising, I suppose. Ollivander always says, the wand chooses the wizard.
Is that how he found this place?
No, someone in his family knew about it. The Gaunts are full of secrets. I've never heard anyone else speak of it, and I've certainly never seen anyone else here. Again, mention this to no one, especially Ominous. He has no love lost for his family or their secrets, but this place is special to him.
Understood. But why does Ominous have no love lost for his family?
His father's family are direct descendants of Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Obsessed with blood status, most of them. Ominous cannot abide them, as he'll be the first to tell you. Anyway, the Undercroft has been a perfect place to sneak off to, away from prying eyes, and even practice otherwise forbidden spells.
Really? Like what?
Like the blasting curse. Professors say it's not an appropriate spell to teach students.
A proper magical education ought to include all magic.
My thoughts exactly. A spell like Confringo is only truly dangerous in untrained hands. Such spells should be properly taught, not banned. To be fair, I'm admittedly partial to more fiery forms of magic, but you should learn it. I can teach it to you safely here.
That last bit is especially important. Sebastien doesn't believe that wizards should be limited in the spells that they're allowed to learn. Regardless of its reputation, he believes all wizards should have the freedom to choose for themselves if they want to dabble in the dark arts or not. It's this philosophy that leads him to teach us one of the strongest spells in the game, Confringo, while also offering to teach us the 3 unforgivable spells later on. At this point, I really appreciate how the devs have depicted Sebastien. In school, he follows the rules, attends his classes, and is clearly a competent student. But we also get glimpses of a darker side. He sneaks into the restricted section and uses the Undercroft to practice unsanctioned spells he's found in forbidden books. If you chose Slytherin as your house, you get an extra interaction with him before heading to see Mrs. Weasley. You find him reading a book, and when you ask what it's about, he responds,
"A spellbook I picked up. Has a few interesting things, but not exactly what I was looking for. I'm sure you'll find out soon enough. But not every spell you may need can be found in our assigned textbooks."
We later find out he's been sneaking into the restricted section, indirectly suggesting that the book he had came from there. It's subtle, but it's a very efficient way of building intrigue. You start wondering why he's so willing to break the rules and what drives him. Then, we get hints of something's wrong with his sister. As he talks about her, you can sense a deep sadness, a wound that never healed, as he reminisces about better times.
The Undercroft was our retreat. Haven't been here in some time. It's not the same without Anne.
I'm sorry about your sister. If there's anything I can do...
Perhaps when I next head to Feldcroft, you could come along. Meet Anne. She could use some cheering up.
Just let me know when and I'll meet you.
Oh, she misses Hogwarts. She's been stuck at home with our guardian, Uncle Solomon. Unfortunately, you'll have to meet him too. Well, meeting a new student will be precisely what she needs.
I shall look forward to it.
Cheers.
All of this is a lot of character development packed into a short time span. It's compelling, and you can already sense where the story is heading. What's even more impressive is that all of this happens before the open world is even unlocked. 2 separate stories are being developed simultaneously, and even if you don't yet know they'll eventually merge, each one stands strong on its own. The main quest is grand and exciting, while Sebastian's narrative feels personal and eerie. It's intriguing enough that I immediately started prioritizing all of his future quests over everyone else's. Speaking of future quests, the next one, as I mentioned earlier, involves us visiting Sebastian's uncle and sister. We travel to the hamlet where they reside and find Sebastian atop a watchtower overlooking the area. He explains that Felcroft used to be peaceful and lively, but everything changed when Ranrock and his gang transformed a nearby abandoned castle into their stronghold. Now, the villagers are afraid to go outside and therefore spend most of their time locked indoors. Sebastian's tone shifts as he reveals that his uncle was once an Auror, but now refuses to take action. This leaves Anne trapped inside their home, slowly deteriorating as the curse affecting her erodes everything she once was. He then thanks us for joining him, hoping our visit might help her remember the better days, when she went to school with him and Ominous and could still dream of a better future. We arrive at his uncle's home and with hopeful hearts, step inside.
Aha!
Sebastian, where did you... Is that what I think it is?
We've been over this, boy.
Hey.
Shrivelfigs cannot reverse a curse. Nothing can. The sooner you accept that reality, the better.
But we haven't tried everything.
There is no cure! When will you accept that?
Never! I can never accept it.
Now look what you've done.
I'm sorry.
Leave.
I'm sorry you had to see that. If you don't mind, I just need a moment alone.
Oh man, that's so rough. I can't imagine what must be going through Sebastian's mind right now. Like, let's check in with Anne just to make sure she's okay.
Are you alright, Anne? I didn't mean to intrude.
You didn't, truly. And I'm all right. The pain from this curse comes in bouts, and often suddenly. It's not anyone's fault. It's nice to meet you, by the way. You must be the new 5th year Sebastian told me about.
I am. Sebastien and I met during a rather lively duel in defense against the dark arts.
Oh, dear Professor Hecat. She's a powerful witch.
And she knows how to keep students like my brother, and me, in line.
I do miss Hogwarts, but I wouldn't mind being in Feldcroft really if it wasn't so dreary now. Between the goblins at the castle and my uncle fighting with Sebastian whenever he's home, it's not the cozy retreat it once was.
Sebastien mentioned something about your uncle being an ex-Auror, but refusing to go after Ranrock's loyalists. I must say, I wasn't prepared for him to be as angry as he was.
Uncle Solomon is frustrated by what happened to me, and by Sebastian for thinking he can fix it. They both mean well, I know they do, but my uncle is right. This curse cannot be undone. I can feel it. Sebastian cannot take away my pain. Perhaps you can help him to understand that.
I'm afraid it's really up to Sebastien, and his mind seems to be made up.
I can only hope he realizes the futility of his search for a cure soon. I'm getting tired. I should probably rest. Thank you for stopping by. I wish you well.
So even Anne has lost hope for the cure. It's heartbreaking to see Sebastian's desperation met with resignation from both his sister and his guardian. Watching someone you love give up on themselves while being labeled a failure for trying to help would drive anyone to the edge. Let's see what his uncle has to say.
Excuse me, Mr. Sallow.
Oh, yes, Sebastian's friend. I apologize on behalf of my nephew. He doesn't know when to stop. I was about to check on Anne. Did I see you come from the house? How is she?
She's all right. She said she was going to rest.
Nothing can be done for her.
I understand you've tried everyone from Nurse Blaney to St. Mungo's to no avail.
We have. My nephew thinks he knows better than the healers.
Perhaps the healers don't know everything, sir. Sebastien is single-mindedly focused on finding a way to help his sister. If there is a cure, he will find it.
Your faith in Sebastien is misplaced. Some sort of dark magic cursed Anne, and the goblins aren't likely to explain themselves anytime soon. Giving her hope is cruel. The only thing to do now is keep Anne comfortable and stay out of the Loyalists' way.
With all due respect, sir, hope could keep Anne's spirits up.
You may mean well, but I know what's best for Anne and Sebastien. They are my stubborn brother's children. Especially Sebastien. If you really want to be of help, you'll make sure Sebastien does what he should do, not what he wants to do. He's no idea the harm he could do if he doesn't stop. I hope you remember what I've said. Good day.
I'm sure he meant well. He clearly cares about Anne and wants what's best for her, but I don't think he's right in his approach. Giving up on a cure and refusing to offer her hope isn't a healthy long-term solution. Removing her from school and isolating her from the wizarding world won't help. It will only worsen her mental and physical state over time. That said, it's important to acknowledge that we're missing a lot of crucial information. Did her uncle pull her out of school on his own, or was it Anne's request? We also don't know to the full extent of what he's done to try and cure her. From our dialogue, we learned that he at least consulted 2 highly reputed medical institutions, so it's fair to assume his reluctance stems from failed attempts, not inaction. We're also missing a clear timeline. We know Anne attended her first year at Hogwarts with Sebastien and Ominous, which means, at worst, she was cursed during that first year. Since we met Sebastien during his 5th year, she could have been suffering for up to 4 years. We all say we'd do anything to save the loved one, but long-term pressure and accumulated stress can break even the strongest resolve. It's possible that her uncle is simply another circumstantial victim, someone who tried, failed, and now lives with the weight of that failure. Maybe is afraid that trying again could make things worse. So yeah, I do sympathize with him, even if it's pretty clear that the game doesn't want me to. He's introduced as rude, severe, and dismissive. Everything he says is negative, constantly reprimanding Sebastien for pursuing a cause that, at its core, is honorable. Only time will tell if he gets more character development, but for now, this is what we have to work with. We then meet up with Sebastien to see how he's holding up. After sincerely apologizing for his uncle's behavior, he offers to take us to the place where it all happened. We sprint up the hill and stumble upon a temporary camp filled with Ranrock's loyalists. But before we can launch our counter-offensive, we're hit with yet another random introduction for a new enemy type.
You've made your last mistake.
Honestly, this has to be the saddest introduction I've ever seen. Anyways, we defeat them all, as usual, before we begin exploring the area. Sebastien recounts the night Anne was cursed. A fierce fire erupted from the hillside. Concerned for her home, Anne rushed towards it before either the boys could stop her. Once she arrives, a cold voice pierced through the smoke and said something along the lines of, "Children should be seen and not heard." A blinding blast followed and her life was changed forever. Today, that area has become a dig site. Why that is, still remains unclear. As we explore, we come across an abandoned building, presumably once owned by a Hogwarts professor. Inside, we find a peculiar painting that somehow survived the test of time, but instead of it being preserved, it appears to have been deliberately burned. Only the face is blackened, eerily reminiscent of the shunning we saw on the Black family tree. Outside, we take a moment at the cliff's edge to admire the view, and then it hits us. We've seen this view before. We rush back to Sebastien to share a discovery.
Sebastien, this house did belong to a Hogwarts professor, hundreds of years ago.
Who? What do you...
I found a pensive that day in the restricted section with a memory that showed this house. There was a little girl and a drought. The keepers have shown me other memories as well. The girl became a Hogwarts professor. Her name was Isadora Morganach. She was one of the keepers.
The keepers? Like in Quidditch? And you found a pensive in the library? I'm not following you.
I realize it's a lot to take in. I'm not even sure I understand it all yet. And no, not like Quidditch. They call themselves keepers because they're protecting some type of knowledge. It has to do with the vault at Gringotts.
Let me see if I've got this straight. You have Ranrock and Rookwood after you because of something you found at Gringotts, where you ended up via a port key. You can see traces of an ancient magic that you think Ranrock is trying to harness. And now you've been witnessing memories left by keepers. Oh, and this house belonged to a Hogwarts professor who was one of these non-Quidditch keepers hundreds of years ago. If I didn't know you, I'd think you were pulling my leg.
It is all a bit much, isn't it, when you put it like that? The point is, we both have good reason to search this house. You for answers about what happened to Anne, and me for answers about the keepers.
This is what I meant when I said that both stories are connected. It's a brilliant summary of the plot and sets the stage for what's to come, but the revelations don't stop there. We uncover a not-so-hidden room adjacent to ours that leads to a basement. Inside, we find 2 torn pages from Isadora's diary. From there, we learn that her father suffered from a deep depression, and she believed that she had the power to heal him. However, the keepers discouraged her from using her abilities, so she turned to traditional medicine instead. After seeing both Muggle doctors and wizard healers fail to help him, and others like him of course, she decided to take matters into her own hands and ignore her peers. This is a major revelation. As we know, Isadora could wield ancient magic. If we can uncover the source of her power, we might be able to save Anne. Now the question becomes, why was her portrait defiled? What did she do that made the keepers erase her from history and force us to relive her memories? Before the quest ends, we get one final twist. At the far end of the room, we interact with a mirror which directly leads us to the Undercroft?
Why would the door lead us here?
Sebastian, look. Why hide a triptych here?
Seems as if something's missing.
A note. Let's have a look.
Anything helpful in the note?
A rune symbol. I've seen similar symbols used by the keepers.
I've been thinking. A keeper lived in that house centuries ago, and Ranrock and his lot have been searching there. You said that goblins may be wielding some form of this ancient magic. Do you think Anne was cursed by ancient magic?
I can't be sure, of course, but I don't think so. I didn't see any traces of it around your sister.
Very well. But that doesn't mean it's not ancient magic. There's still so much we don't know about it.
True. Perhaps this triptych will lead us to answers.
Then we'll have to unravel what this all means. But now I need to see Ominous. Don't worry, I won't tell him anything. Did I mention that, apparently, Salazar Slytherin had a secret scriptorium here, in Hogwarts?
You did not? Sounds worth looking into. Any idea where in the castle?
No idea. Ominous just learned of it. I'll let you know what I find out. I had no idea our visit to see Anne would unfold into all of this. My head's an utter mess. But I'm glad you told me everything you did. I'll be in touch. Till then.
This quest is absolutely incredible. It's packed with intrigue, pushed both storylines forward, adds depth to every character involved, and foreshadows an even more exciting journey ahead. Even if the Slytherin label makes you skeptical of anyone from the house, you can't deny that this storyline is better built, better paced, and far more engaging than the previous 2 main quests combined. What makes it stand out is the flawed characters we follow. Sebastian means well, but his determination has driven a wedge between him and his family. It's debatable who's right, and that ambiguity is what makes it so compelling. The devs tried to give Natsai depth, but her quest felt like one-offs. She barely had screen time, and when she did, we didn't learn much about her. Poppy, while also a bit superficial, works better because her quests aren't centered solely around her. The adventure takes the spotlight, and it's executed beautifully. Plus, her backstory complements the narrative rather than competing with it. She's a lovable character, and that's all she needed to be for her quest to succeed. Turns out that my excitement was well placed, because the next quest is genuinely awesome. We stumbled upon Sebastien and Ominous having a heated discussion in a side corridor. It turns out that Ominous knows the location of Salazar Slytherin's secret scriptorium, but he refuses to share it. He believes dark magic was conjured there and wants nothing to do with it. Sebastien, convinced him I hold the key to curing Anne, refuses to back down. If we ask what drives Ominous to take such a strong stance, Sebastien explains.
Ominous learned dark magic from his parents. Are you familiar with the Cruciatus Curse?
Crucio, correct? The Cruciatus Curse, also known as the Torture Curse, inflicts excruciating pain on the victim.
Apparently, his parents and older siblings had no qualms about casting it on muggles for sport. Ominous described the sound of the victim's cries as horrific, so the first time he was asked to cast it himself as a child, he couldn't bring himself to do it. As punishment, his family cast it on him. The anguish was so bad that when asked to cast it again, he relented. I have repeatedly assured Ominous that he did what he had to, but he still hasn't forgiven himself.
How horrible. Poor Ominous. He was only a child. He shouldn't blame himself.
After that incident, the rift between Ominous and his family only grew. That is until I came along. Every moment he isn't at Hogwarts, he's with us in Feldcroft. Ominous trusts me. And more often than not, he winds up listening to me. I'll remind him of that when I follow up about the scriptorium. Watch for my owl. I'll have news soon enough.
Later, Sebastien tells us that he couldn't convince Ominous and has no idea where to even start searching. Naturally, we offer to give it a shot ourselves and head off to speak with Ominous. After a brief exchange, we discover a vulnerability we can use. Noctua, Ominous's favorite aunt, shares his disdain for the family's obsession with dark arts. She believes there was more to being a Slytherin's heir than clinging to pureblood ideals. That's why she chose to explore the scriptorium alone. She sent several letters to her brother, Ominous's father, detailing her progress, but eventually, the letters stopped and everyone feared the worst. We convince Ominous that guiding us to the scriptorium, he could both uncover the truth and honor Noctua's memory by completing her quest. We also reassure him that, unlike her, he wouldn't be alone. He'd have two capable students by his side. That's enough to sway him, and he shows us how to open the hidden door. Turns out, all we had to do was light the 3 extinguished pillars in the corridor. Once slit, a new door appears, revealing a spiraling staircase heading downward. Admittedly, it's a pretty underwhelming entrance, but the scriptorium itself more than makes up for it. We then head down and discover a shattered mural scattered across the floor. After repairing it with the Reparo spell, a hissing sound echoes through the corridor. However, upon closer inspection, it turns out not to be a hiss, but rather an ancient voice urging us to speak Puzzlemouth. To put it simply, Ominous, being a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin, can hear and speak the snakes. Yet, due to its dark connotation, he hasn't spoken it in years and isn't even sure if he still can. But, like riding a bike, some things are never truly forgotten.
It worked! Ominous, you possess a rare ability indeed.
Between the two of you, I'm starting to feel left out.
Between the two of us?
Never mind.
Man, I always love a cool door animation. Inside, we're met with a series of dark corridors, segmented by multiple locked gates. To unlock them, we must first complete a simple puzzle crafted specifically for this area. A snake rotates around 2 cylinders etched with symbols, acting as the timer while we rotate the discs to match those found on the corresponding gate. Succeed, and the gate opens. Fail, and the snake jump scares your avatar, dealing damage as they stumble backwards from the impact. It's a neat puzzle, if a bit too easy for my taste, especially considering that speaking Puzzlemouth is required to enter. In real life, there wouldn't be a need for multiple gates and puzzles that anyone could solve when the basic requirement for entry is a rare talent passed down through generations. Still, the puzzle does fit the theme, and when I imagine one designed by Salazar himself, this feels like a fitting choice. We repeat the process several times, and along the way, we find letters written by Ominous's aunt. The more we uncover, the more her excitement grows at the prospect of learning something new about her lineage. Under different circumstances, her enthusiasm might have lifted our spirits too, but knowing that she vanishes shortly after entering this place, we can only wonder what became of her. Sadly, we won't have to wonder for long. At the foot of the final door, we find a letter beside a pile of bones. It reveals that the last challenge requires casting an unforgivable spell, but since those spells demand both a caster and a recipient, she couldn't fulfill the requirement. To make matters worse, the entrance gate had dropped, trapping her inside with no way out. Even more tragically, in her final letter to Ominous' father, she asked him to come and follow her instructions to the scriptorium. She died with a heavy heart, knowing that if he had arrived, she'd have no choice but to inflict pain on him to survive. Of course, we know he never came because no one knew of her fate until we made the journey. The word Crucio is etched onto the floor, signaling that we must cast a torture curse to escape. As you can imagine, Ominous refuses, on the basis that Crucio claimed the lives of most of his family. So it's up to us and Sebastien to take action. Fortunately, Sebastien believes he knows how to cast it. For the first time, we are given multiple options. 1. Refuse to learn the spell. 2. Learn it but have Sebastien cast it on us. Or 3. Go all in and cast it ourselves. Interestingly, refusing to learn any of the 3 unforgivable spells doesn't affect the story or achievement progress. You can still 100% the game and earn all the achievements without ever using them. In a strange way, this moment feels like a remnant of the original role-playing premise. Learning Crucio, Imperio, and Avada Kedavra ultimately comes down to personal choice. In my case, I've been waiting for this moment since before the game launched, so you better bet that I slammed that final dialogue option the second it popped up. Unfortunately for me, learning and subsequently using the unforgivable curses turned out to be quite disappointing. In the 4th book, The Goblet of Fire, Mad-Eye Moody explains during Harry Potter's first Defense Against the Dark Arts class that casting unforgivable curses requires immense willpower and energy. Not all wizards can perform them. They need practice and a genuine desire to cause harm. Ominous echoes this sentiment just before refusing to help us.
Unforgivable curses won't work unless you really mean them. I had to want to cause pain, and for that I shall never forgive myself. That spell's the reason I have no family left. You and Sebastien will need to sort out another solution.
In the game, however, learning these spells is presented just like any other. I didn't mention this earlier, but the avatar performs the same animation regardless of the spell being learned. Just a smile and a repeated circular wall movement until the player completes the minigame. Normally, this would be a minor annoyance, but considering how both the books and the game emphasizes the gravity of these spells, you'd expect the learning process to be more intense and meaningful, right? That said, the spell itself is just fine, but ultimately not very useful. Gunning down enemies is faster and more effective than strategically incapacitating them.
Ready? I'm ready.
Let's go!
Are you all right? That pain. I would have done anything to make it stop.
But I'll survive. Let's keep moving. We made it. We found Salazar Slytherin's scriptorium.
I can't believe we're here.
That is absolutely gorgeous. That is exactly what I was hoping for and more. There's also a cool reference on a nearby counter, a letter written by Salazar Slytherin himself. In it, he explains that he's leaving the school because the other founders disagreed with his pure-blood ideology. The most intriguing part, though, is the final paragraph where he mentions storing the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets before his departure. It really makes you wonder, would the events of the second movie have played out differently if someone had discovered this letter beforehand? That said, I do have a small pet peeve. Ignoring the fact that Salazar wrote the letter containing sensitive information to no one in particular, it would have felt more authentic if the devs had used a unique font for each writer. It cheapens the experience a bit. Rather than feeling excited about uncovering a handwritten note from one of our founders, we're met with the same writing style and vocabulary used in every other letter. Awestruck, Sebastien searches through the contents of a nearby table. To his delight, he discovers Slytherin's spellbook, hopeful that it might contain something useful for his personal quest. As for Ominous, he finds nothing that would make his aunt's death feel less in vain. The entire event confirms that Salazar Slytherin was indeed as devoted to the dark arts as his descendants had believed. It's a sad realization, one I'm sure Ominous would have had a lot to say about if any of it were actually in the game. Honestly, it feels like the devs have forgot about this questline entirely. After we finish exploring the room and pass through a magical door that leads us near the Slytherin common room entrance, Ominous makes us promise not to pursue any more adventures involving the dark arts. Sebastien agrees, offering his condolences for Ominous's aunt. He then in turn thanks us for helping him find closure before quietly ascending a nearby staircase. So much is left unsaid about this abrupt ending. We could have explored so many different directions, like why Noctua meant so much to him, how discovering her remains affected him, and why his family never searched for her. We could have also asked why no one had even bothered to enter the scriptorium all these years. As it stands, it doesn't even seem like he planned to return and collect her bones. It's a disappointing end to a quest that had invested so much in building its plot and our emotional connection to these characters. A few days later, we receive an owl from Sebastien, urging us to meet him at our earliest convenience. He discovered mentions of a long-forgotten relic, said to have the power to reverse curses. He asks us to promise that, once it gets the proper lead, we won't tell Ominous. As he puts it, revealing his plan would only jeopardize the relationship if Ominous ever found out that he was ignoring his best friend's plea. Unluckily for him, that's exactly when Ominous steps out of the shadows. He begs Sebastien to stop searching for the relic, and when it becomes clear that Sebastien won't, he turns his attention to us.
Ominous, Sebastien meant well.
I know what I heard. You knew I wouldn't agree with this. Going after that relic is not a good idea. Sebastien doesn't even realize it, but he's as irresponsible and reckless now as his parents were years ago. It's why they died.
I knew his parents died, but I never heard what happened.
Mr. and Mrs. Sallow were professors. Spent nearly every waking moment in the cellar library. Noses buried in books. Anne and Sebastien were upstairs when it happened. They heard a sudden crash and ran downstairs, but it was too late. Their parents had crumpled to the floor. A defect with the lamp in the cellar caused the room to fill with an undetectable toxin. Sebastien and Anne were helpless. They had no magic yet.
What a horrible story.
It is. That's why I can't understand Sebastien's recklessness. I've practically lost Anne. I cannot lose Sebastien too. Please avoid anything to do with that spellbook.
Those references in the book seem promising.
Everything to do with Salazar Slytherin seems promising until it's too late. I hope Sebastien pursues this no further, but if you think he might, please let me know.
Honestly, I feel really bad for the guy. Ominous's name is derived from the word ominous, meaning giving the impression that something bad or unpleasant is going to happen. It's at the core of his character. Raised in a pure-blood fascist family, he has first-hand experience with the very things Sebastien refuses to understand. Sebastien's obsession blinds him to the dangers that lie ahead. In a way, they're two sides of the same coin. Both have suffered the same loss, but they process it in completely different ways. Sebastien is reckless, but determined. He doesn't fully grasp what he's getting himself into, but the hope of restoring his sister's health is, in his mind, worth any consequence. Ominous, on the other hand, understands what's coming and what sacrifices may be required. That knowledge paralyzes him. He's so afraid of what might happen that he'd rather let Anne suffer than risk losing both of the people who meant the world to him. There's also an added layer of tragedy when you consider the video game aspect. The devs predetermined his story, meaning his pleas were always destined to fall on deaf ears. Making him the only blind character in the game adds a metaphorical twist. He's unable to see Sebastian's obsession, yet he's the only one who truly sees where it's all heading. It's really heavy stuff, not gonna lie. Naturally, since this is a video game, we have to keep our end of the bargain. When Sebastian contacts us again, we show up to hear what he's discovered. While reading further into the book, he found a hidden note written by one of Slytherin's students. It claims that during a school assignment, the student discovered an oddly shaped relic that could supposedly reverse curses. However, the teacher forbade him from taking it, so he left it where he found it. As you can imagine, that was enough to get Sebastian excited. However, game-wise, there is also one problem with this lead. We can see the parchment, and it doesn't actually contain the location of the dungeon. How Sebastian knows where to go is only explainable through video game logic. You could also argue that Salazar keeping a student's note in his spellbook is a plot contrivance. Maybe he intended on investigating the lead but forgot about it, which also sounds contrived. Damn it. Anyways, we enter the dungeon, fight off a bunch of spiders, and complete a few recurring puzzles, like lighting torches to restrain the devil's snare and build a bridge out of the bones at the catacombs. At one point, we enter a large open space and discover another diary entry. It reveals that the same student eventually ignored his teacher's warnings and took the relic for academic purposes, planning to return it once his research was complete. He also mentions creating barricades with bones, and that his next assignment involves learning the Imperius Curse. Putting that last point aside, the mention of bone barricades is our cue. Every subsequent door will require us to form an arc using skeletal remains. It's not difficult, just use Accio to grab a pile and drag it around the predetermined area until the game locks it into place. It can be a bit annoying, as the mechanic doesn't feel as responsive as it should, but it's still better than the clunky controls found in some of the older games. Once we're through, we head down the path until Sebastian stops us. He explains that, since the text mentioned the writer's interest in learning the Imperius Curse, he believes it's included for a reason, so he offers to teach it to us ahead of time, just in case. We're then given two options, and, just like before, we can refuse to learn it. With two unforgivable spells in my arsenal, it felt like I was one step closer to my goal, and that was enough member berries to get me excited for what was gonna come next. We then delve deeper into the dungeon, fighting off a swarm of enemies until we reach the furthest room from the entrance. On the table are two scrolls. The first is a parchment stating that the relic holds immense power, but requires an equal sacrifice to activate, whatever that means. The second scroll is a drawing of the triangle item, confirming that it's the relic we've been searching for. Excited, we ignore the warning, grab the relic, and prepare to leave, when suddenly, our path is blocked by Ominous. He had secretly followed us, determined to stop us from taking the object.
How much did you hear?
Everything. I heard you encourage Sebastien to take the relic.
Sebastian's done his research. He knows what he's doing.
Sebastien makes things sound easy when they could be impossible or dangerous. We need to stop him.
And if nothing will change his mind?
Something has to. I need your help.
We're then faced with an option. Either back off and talk to Sebastian, or double down. Since I've supported Sebastian's cause up until this point, I chose to stand my ground.
Sebastian's right. We need that relic.
I'm sorry. My mind is made up.
Are you willing to sacrifice your friendship over this?
I might be. How could I choose to stand by and watch him do this?
What if the choice wasn't yours? You wouldn't be to blame for what happens.
What in the world are you suggesting? Imperium?
This is where we get our first major decision in the game. Do we taint our soul by casting an unforgivable curse to silence a worried friend? Or do we go against the very person we swore to support? The same friend who protected us in the restricted section and trusted us enough to include us in his desperate quest. It might be the wrong decision, but I'm gonna do it anyways, because I knew what I was signing up to when I decided to learn the quest in the first place, and let's face it, I'm already too far to just stop here and leave.
That's what I'm saying. I would take all responsibility. This could save your friendship. I know how to cast it. Sebastien taught me. But I won't do it unless you agree.
This is insanity. I can't believe you would ask this of me.
Sebastien is never going to give up trying to cure Anne. If you try and stop him now, He'll never forgive you.
Fine. This is unfathomable. But I suppose if you want that responsibility, it may just save what is left of my friendship with Sebastien. Remember, this is what I was telling you about the dark arts. They come with a cost. You may well regret making this choice. Do what you have to do. Cast it. Before I change my mind.
Imperio! Step aside, Ominous. Stay in place until we're out of sight.
I will.
Sebastien, come on. What did you do? Imperio, it was the only way to get out of here without a fight. Ominous, I'm sorry. Sebastien, we have to go.
We exit the cave and reassure Sebastien, telling him that the curse has already been lifted and that he'll be able to leave the same way we did. We then head towards Anne's residence, only to find it under siege by Ranrock's loyalists. Anne and their uncle are the only ones defending the town, so our arrival is very much needed. We fight off the horde until we see Anne paralyzed by pain.
What have you done?
Saved my sister.
With an unforgivable curse. From that damned book, no doubt. Your father would be ashamed. You've gone too far, Sebastien. Stay away from her. From all of us.
For context, in lore, casting an unforgivable spell is, like the name suggests, unforgivable, regardless of the intent that it was cast. It is a one-way ticket straight to Azkaban, and it's a life sentence. Solomon, being a former Auror, knows that he can banish Sebastien and send him to Azkaban, so banishing him from the family is a mercy. As for the act itself, whether it was justified is up to you. Playing devil's advocate, the scene is framed in a way that makes the act feel warranted. Everyone else was busy fighting off goblins, Anne was vulnerable, and letting her die would have destroyed Sebastien, making all of his sacrifices meaningless. Ominous was likely still on his mind, meaning the spell was already at the forefront of his thoughts. Damage spells, like Confringo or Bombarda, only hurt the enemy, but don't necessarily stop them, and with Anne so close, casting one of those might also harm her in the process. On the other hand, you could also argue that Accio or Leviosa would have done the job just fine. If we shift the context to real life, criminal acts, whether arson, murder, or theft, are punishable by law regardless of intent. If someone steals to feed their family, for example, the law still treats it as a crime, so it's up to the player to decide where they stand, making this the most thought-provoking quest in the game so far. No other quest encourages you to reflect on your actions and question whether trusting Sebastien was the right call. If the end justifies the means, then where do we draw the line? Personally, I do pity him. He did what he thought was right and succeeded in saving the only person who truly matters to him. Now, he has to live with the consequences, but he's still young, and rehabilitation should be the goal here. Clearly, he needs support, but at every turn, the world has shut him out. If things had been different, if his family had supported him, what comes next might have played out very differently. Man, I love this quest so much! Definitely one of the best ones in the game. For the next few days, Sebastien is absolutely devastated. Being dishonored means he's no longer allowed to see the person he cherished most. He spends his free time trying to come up with a plan to circumvent the situation. Meanwhile, we're able to make progress on our own quest, starting with the completion of the remaining Keeper trials. To avoid redundancy, since we've already talked about the best gameplay moments, I'll be grouping the next two pensives together. Individually, they don't really reveal much, but when actually grouped, it tells a whole different story, as you'll soon see. Last time we entered a pensive, we saw the keepers save a local village from a drought. Only a little girl was able to see the magic at work. Fast forward to her first year at Hogwarts, and we can learn that she immediately expressed admiration for their good deed. Seeing in her a kind soul brimming with potential, the keepers decided to give her private tutoring to help her hone her skills in a safe environment. The next memories pick up after an unspecified amount of time. We see Isadora being tutored by the first keeper we met in the map chamber. She impressed him with her magical prowess, but instead of celebrating, her tone shifted to despair. Shaping nature reminds her of her father, who's been suffering from depression ever since her brother died.
What if I could help him, Professor?
You do so much for your father already.
It's not enough. I want to take away his pain.
It is tempting, I know, to use this magic that you're mastering to transfigure more than the physical world. But human emotion is a potent force unto itself. Even the most well-meaning and competent witch cannot possibly know the consequences of irrevocably manipulating it.
So I'm to watch as my father's pain destroys him.
It is not your pain to take.
Unsatisfied with the keeper's response, she leaves it behind to search for answers on her own. Fast forward to adulthood, and we learn that she returned from an undisclosed trip and accepted a position as the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Eager to share her discoveries, she invites her mentors to the shack we previously explored with Sebastien for a hands-on demonstration.
I've something to show you. Father, these are my colleagues from Hogwarts. Father hasn't spoken since my brother died. On my travels, I confirmed that which I've always believed. That we have the power to take away pain.
Isadora. What have you done?
I took his pain.
This is uncharted magic, Isadora. You can only see what has been sealed in the jar, and we do not know what power that may hold. But the traces of that magic are different from what I've seen before.
Thank you.
What I find the most interesting is how Isadora's story mirrors Sebastian's eternal struggle. Her desire to heal her last living relative led her to discover a new form of ancient magic. She's convinced she found the perfect solution, and if the context were any different, we'd probably believe her. I mean, her father goes from being mute and distant to breaking his silence and thanking her for healing him. So when Percival expresses concern to the group, we're inclined to side with Isadora. After all, we've just witnessed what could be the solution to Sebastian's problems. If we could replicate it, we might be able to cure Anne and finally put Sebastian's obsession to rest. But because the keepers are showing us these memories to prevent history from repeating itself, we know there's something more sinister at play. Still, better us getting our hands on this magic than Ranrock or Rockwood, both of whom seem to be searching for the same thing. Overall, I think this is a really cool reveal. It pushes the story in a compelling direction and creates enough intrigue to keep me motivated to explore the open world. My only gripe is how the first pensive ends, with Isadora inviting the teachers to her place. It feels like the previous reveal wasn't strong enough, so they tacked on the beginning of the next one for good measure. Plus, the next scene summarizes the previous pensive by showing how her father's mental state had deteriorated into him becoming a soulless husk. All that's missing is a single line explaining the cause, and you could have removed the second pensive entirely. It's a bit lazy, but since the other pensives are genuinely fascinating, I'm willing to give this one a pass. On a totally unrelated note, Isadora's father is voiced by Alastair Duncan, famously known for playing Mimir in the last 2 God of War games. The guy literally showed up to record a single line of dialogue before cashing his check. Good for him, I wish I could do the same. While we wait for the next trial to be unlocked, Sirona introduces us to an old friend of hers who, unknown to her, will have a key influence in our adventure. Lodgok believes that humans and goblins should find ways to coexist, not compete for dominance, as has been tradition. He offers to become our spy, reporting back on Ranrock's plans so we can adapt ours accordingly. However, since his relationship with Ranrock has soured, he asks for our help in regaining his trust. To do so, we're tasked with retrieving the helmet of Urtkot. As a revered relic tied to their shared history, returning it would surely earn Lodgok favor in Ranrock's eyes. After agreeing, we head to its resting place, only to discover that Rockwood's loyalists got there first. So we infiltrate their encampment and steal it back. It's wild how a single student could take down a whole army of criminal scum. Kinda makes you wonder why the Aurors didn't just wipe them out entirely. Anyways, we hand Lodgok the prize relic and ask him to contact us once he has news. Unfortunately, not only did Rockwood's loyalists get to the item first, they also managed to report their success. So when Lodgok shows up with the helmet we stole, it has the opposite effect. Ranrock's distrust deepens, and he begins to suspect Lodgok of forging an alliance with us. It's a bit contrived, honestly, like the game never establishes that Rockwood's faction is in direct contact with Ranrock's, even though they operate independently. You could push it further. There's no proof that the higher-ups even communicate with their lackeys. You'd think that someone would warn them about a dangerous student roaming around, but nope. Although, to be fair to the devs, there are a few letters in the game that we can get which are either from Ranrock or Rockwood, or that it's going there vice versa. But as the amount that you can find is so minuscule, I'm more inclined to believe that it's a one-off thing and not a regular occurrence. Still, I'll let it slide for now, since I'll be circling back to it after Lodgok's second genius plan. Speaking of plans, Sebastien has found a location depicted in Isadora's painting in the Undercroft. Turns out it's a representation of a nearby mine in the northeast region of Upper Hogsfield. Believing there must be a reason why that mine was chosen, we head inside together. After fighting off a bunch of spiders and collecting loot, we arrive at a massive door edged with the symbol of ancient magic. Even the switches to activate the door bear the same logo. Maybe there was a sale on ancient magic branding when she built this place. Sure enough, what awaits us inside appears to be a private study, complete with books, skulls, and a pile of parchment. At the back of the room is a chest containing the next piece of the painting. On its own, the room isn't all that interesting. It's more about what it represents because...
She was using the Undercroft and the cellar beneath her manor in Feldcroft. Why would she create this space?
And why hide it behind cryptic rune symbols and ancient magic that no one but you could see?
The boys then returned to Hogwarts and installed a new piece, hoping it will reveal the next location. Luckily for us, Sebastien does indeed recognize the landscape. Unfortunately, however, he warns us that the area is heavily guarded by Ranrock's loyalists, so infiltrating it won't be easy. He offers to head there immediately, but we refuse, stating that
all this time, we've been a step behind Ranrock. I may know someone who could help us get ahead.
Who is that?
A friendly goblin. He wants no part in Ranrock's fight.
A friendly goblin? You know, goblins cursed my sister to shut her up. Said she should be seen and not heard.
I do, but not all goblins
Not all goblins what? Have you forgotten Feldcroft? Have you forgotten the mine we just went through?
No, Sebastien, I haven't. You're not listening to me.
Why would I listen to someone so ignorant?
Perhaps your uncle was right about you. You don't know when to stop.
Oh, I do know when to stop.
This brings up a problem that I've purposefully avoided up until this point, which is specific to Lodgok. So far, we've had zero issues defending ourselves against anyone who opposed us. Everything has gone our way. Even though Ranrock has consistently been one step ahead, we've always kept pace with him and his crew quite well. But now, suddenly, we decide not to use our tried and true failsafe tactic of going in wands blazing through the front door. Instead, we reach out to our newly forged contact, who, for all intents and purposes, hasn't proven capable of supporting our cause. Of course, it's not Logog's fault that Rockwood's men conveniently got to the relic first, but the fact remains, it was his plan, and he failed to adapt to the shifting landscape. This essentially makes Logog a MacGuffin, a narrative device introduced specifically to create tension at this very moment. Up until now, our bond with Sebastien was strong and unchallenged, so the devs clearly felt the need to add some spice to the relationship. From this point onward, we won't see much of Sebastien as he'll be too busy sulking about us and about his situation with Anne. On one hand, I do get it. We're now seeing another side of his personality. His arrogance and close-minded nature are on full display, traits his uncle warned us about during our first visit. Combine those with his growing interest in the dark arts, and it's easy to imagine how, in another timeline, he could have been manipulated into joining the Dark Lord. On the other hand, his disdain for goblins is a well-known stereotype among those who fear the Slytherin crest. The devs clearly borrowed this recurring theme from the source material to drive the point home, but given the context and gameplay, it feels forced, cheap, and ultimately unnecessary. This sentiment only grows stronger when we realize that, the next time we see Logog, our character won't even mention the failed plan. Let's put a pin on that for now, as I'll be circling back to it very soon. The next quest is where we team up with our Ravenclaw friend, who can translate goblin manuscripts. The plan is to infiltrate Ranrock's stronghold and find documents that might reveal his next move. However, as mentioned earlier, his expertise ends up being unnecessary, as the blueprints themselves are self-explanatory. Turns out, Ranrock had ordered his men to build massive drills capable of tunneling through solid rock. We exit the cave, say goodbye to our classmate, and share the revelation with Logog. And then, Logog unravels like a book, delivering a massive exposition dump that fills in most of the missing plot. Here are the key points. Ranrock has been one step ahead because he discovered the journal of a goblin who was commissioned to build large repositories for a group of witches and wizards. These repositories are described as large, magically fortified receptacles crafted from goblin metal. Rumor has it that these objects contain an unfathomable amount of power, enough in Ranrock's hands to start a civil war. He instructed his followers to search any location connected to the 5 names listed in the journal. If you haven't guessed it already, those 5 names are the Keepers, plus Isadora. This explains why, during each of our trials, we had to fight through a small army of goons before even reaching the challenge. Each keeper made their home the starting point of their trial, which meant Ranrock's expeditions always struck gold. However, in classic plot contrivance fashion, the journal is incomplete and doesn't contain the location of the final and largest repository. Also, something I skipped over until now, we actually discovered one of the repositories early in the game. It's a glowing red sphere, identical to the one Ranrock had on him at the very beginning. This explains how he was able to overpower Professor Fig so easily, and why he's so determined to find the rest. This lore drop also aligns with what we've learned so far. Only goblin metal can contain this unique energy source. Ranrock likely feels a deep sense of entitlement. After all, it's their creation that's now empowering their oppressors. This piece of information also helps us put together something else. Ranrock is most probably tolerating Rockwood because of his family lineage. The diary mentions Charles Rockwood, one of the keepers who, conveniently, is the ancestor of Victor Rockwood. Victor most likely inherited the castle Charles once owned, which made it easier for Ranrock's forces to begin their search. However, it's also worth noting that, as Sebastian's uncle stated, the place was abandoned until they settled there, meaning that Victor wasn't all that useful in the end. And, let's be honest, Ranrock is written as the kind of character who would stop at nothing to get what he wants. Killing whoever resided in the castle for his own gain wouldn't have been out of character. I think that's why the devs opted to include 2 villains, even though Rockwood doesn't contribute meaningfully to the story. In the book, the Rockwood name does make an appearance. In the Goblet of Fire, we learn that Igor Karkaroff snitched on Augustus Rockwood, who was feeding information to Voldemort from inside the Ministry of Magic. By including both Victor and Charles Rockwood in the game, the devs created a subtle memoberry for fans who connect the dots. It also raises an interesting question. How would you go from someone who swore to protect ancient magic to someone who would kill just to possess it? It's a compelling idea, but one the game never explores, so your guess is as good as mine. The second and final big reveal ties directly to my earlier comments about Sebastien. After reflecting on everything Lodgok had told us, we ask him why he's so adamant about helping us, especially when his own kind would execute him for treason if they ever found out. His reason is actually quite touching. When Ranrock sent him to search Rockwood Castle, Lodgok encountered a witch fully immersed in her studies. He expected fear, hatred, or disgust. Instead, he was greeted with warmth, something completely alien to him.
Without a moment's hesitation, she smiled and asked me to sit with her. She told me that she was a researcher and showed me a small, oddly shaped container with a strange symbol on it. She was certain it was made of goblin metal, but was unable to open it. She wanted to work together.
Miriam.
Yes. But how did you...
Professor Fig's wife. He told me of her research, and I know of the container.
Ah. The reverence with which she talked of goblins and their intelligence and skill, it caught me entirely off guard. I'd never been treated with such respect by a witch or wizard. So, to my surprise, I let her study the container if she would allow me to search the castle on my own. We parted ways, with her promising to share what she'd learned. More of Ranrock's recruits arrived, and we began to dig, eventually locating the first repository. Ranrock was thrilled with our discovery, but furious when I told him about Miriam. Berated me for trusting a witch, and I heard she'd been killed.
You think Ranrock murdered her?
I don't want to believe it, but I don't know. After that, something shifted in me. I had seen how the power from the repositories was transforming Ranrock, transforming all of them. I could no longer remain a part of it.
Thank you, Lodgok, for telling me this.
Throughout the game, we're told that goblins are inherently bad and wizards are generally good. But in this very moment, the narrative finally offers some nuance. Lodgok is the only goblin who isn't a threat to all living things. He genuinely believes in balance between the two races, and it's that belief that makes him such a lovable character. But it's also the source of his naivety. The devs repeatedly emphasize that goblins want to use the power in the repositories for nefarious reasons. Yet, they never acknowledge that wizards might just be as destructive. We have Victor Rockwood and his goons, who would clearly use that power to expand their influence across the Highlands. And we have people like Sebastien, driven by grief and prejudice, who would rather annihilate countless goblin families if it meant restoring a single human life. This would have been the perfect moment to mention the ongoing conflict with Sebastien. It could have shown that race and power don't define a person, it's how they choose to use it. Or, in the case of the Keepers, how they choose not to use it. The conversation could have ended with Lodgok questioning his own motives. Maybe it could have inspired him to become the next Keeper, or conversely, to find the repositories before Ranrock so he could use their power for good. At the same time, our character could have bonded with him, Lodgok seeing the soul of the woman who changed his life reflected in us. It could have been a powerful lesson for the player and a meaningful way to deepen our connection with Lodgok. But of course, none of that really happens, meaning that we're left with yet another instance that could have hit harder than it does. Outside the game, this could have also helped counter the criticism found in certain articles, claiming that the game, and I quote, reinforces anti-Semitic scapegoating with goblins. The argument stems from the fact that goblins are portrayed as money-obsessed creatures who control the world's banks and have short, hooked, hairy noses, trait that some claim were inspired by harmful stereotypes associated with the Jewish community. Had the devs properly fleshed out Logog and left a strong emotional takeaway for the player, it could have gone a long way in dispelling those prejudices tied to the franchise. And if they had gone one step further by developing Ranrock's tyranny more deeply, the story could have been reframed as a metaphor for World War II, wherein Logog, representing the oppressed, triumphs over the forces of evil. Man, I've been analyzing this game for far too long. We're getting there. But in all honesty, I think people often see what they want to see. Goblins only appear in the first and last books of the series, so their importance is circumstantial. Fleshing them out wouldn't have served the plot, so J.K. Rowling leaned into the goblin stereotype. If you search goblin general characteristics on Google, you'll find those exact traits and more listed in generative AI responses and folklore summaries. So branding the goblins in Harry Potter as anti-Semitic would also mean that all other depictions of similar beings in fantasy media would have to suffer the same fate. And if we go even further, goblins originate from European folktales that predate anti-Semitic caricatures by centuries. Back to the subject at hand, discovering Ranrock's plans unsettles us, so we leave Logog and inform Professor Fig. Naturally, he's shocked by our revelations and agrees to help us reach the Fort Pensive. This is where the Polyjuice Potion plot comes into play. We use our new disguise to learn the password to Headmaster Black's office before ditching his skin permanently. Inside, we find the book containing the tale of the three brothers. We complete it and unlock the next segment of Isadora's story. This time, she's walking along the coast with the keeper who gave us the quest.
Isadora, what you did for your father was remarkable.
Wasn't it? And Percival needn't worry about the strands of emotion or the traces that this magic leaves. I found a way to contain all of it.
You haven't stopped.
Goblin Silver.
You spoke to a goblin about this.
Don't worry, he has no idea what we're containing.
We don't know what effect any of this may have. The emotions, the dark traits.
You sound like Percival. And as it happens, I do know. It is a source of strength, of focus. Somehow it enhances my ability to wield magic.
I don't follow, Isadora.
I think we can harness it.
Power like this is not to be toyed with. In the wrong hands.
You saw what I did for my father. Neve, imagine the good we could do. Everyone is in some kind of pain.
What are you doing?
Breathe it in. Can you feel it?
Oh, Isadora. This must stop. All of it.
You've kept this power to yourselves for so long because you fear it. I choose to embrace it.
I really like this scene. It delivers a lot of important information in just 2 minutes. First, it clearly explains what the repositories are and what their purpose is. Then, it shows how this newfound power has corrupted Isadora's original motivations. She started with a noble goal, curing the helpless, but now she's begun hoarding the power for selfish reasons. Her selfless mission has turned into an eccentric obsession. This ideological shift clashes with the Keeper's core beliefs, creating a schism between them. We're not at the end of the story yet, but it's safe to assume that this is why Isadora's name has been erased from collective memory. Her painting in the Undercroft was vandalized to prevent her from accessing the school and influencing future generations. Her home was partially destroyed and her portrait defaced, leaving any remaining traces of her either unrecognizable or non-existent. However, this raises an important question. Why was the basement left intact? And why were the pieces of the painting kept locked away in her personal studies? It might seem like another plot contrivance for now, but the devs do explain it later, so we'll put a pin on that for the time being. In the meantime, the devs want you to ask yourself, what the hell happened that was so bad that they felt the need to erase Isadora from existence and create the trials? This is the exact line of thought that brings Sebastien back into focus. We saw how Isadora's intentions were good and even yielded positive results, but something happened that warranted a hostile response from the Keepers. Similarly, Sebastien's intentions are also good, but we've been warned time and time again that his path will end badly if we keep pursuing it. His uncle warns us during our first meeting. Ominous has pleaded with us countless times and begged us to let it go, and yet we persist. Both stories are heading towards dangerous outcomes, and it's only a matter of time before everything comes crashing down. The saving grace is that it's not too late for Sebastien. Isadora's story is set in the past. Its ripple effects have already shaped the present, but Sebastien is experiencing this in real time, which means that there's still a chance to change the outcome. Speaking of Sebastien, this is when he reaches out and asks us to meet him at the entrance of the mine depicted in the previous painting. As you can imagine, he's still bitter about our partnership with Lockdog. During our hiatus, he's been having second thoughts about our motivations, the Keeper's motivations, and why they've been drip-feeding us information throughout the school year. It even gets to the point where he accuses us of not taking his personal quest seriously. This tone persists throughout the quest, and we're given the option to respond either supportively or aggressively. Either way, it all accumulates in a verbal clash outside the mine's entrance, where we stop him to set the record straight.
Listen to me. I know you're angry and frustrated, but charging ahead now could undo all the progress we've made. Lord Gok said...
Oh, your goblin friend?
Stop it. That's enough. Not all goblins are like Ranrock. I am not the enemy. We want the same thing. To find answers.
I thought we wanted the same thing.
We do. Listen to me. Lord Gok has insights into Ranrock that we don't. He told me that Ranrock somehow knows about the Keepers and is searching anywhere connected to each of them. That's why they always seem to be one step ahead. I know what I'm doing. You need to trust me, or I don't see that we can continue together.
Fine. I'm sorry. I'm letting my emotions get the better of me. And I have been for a while. I do trust you. And I don't think I can help Anne without you.
Good. Ranrock clearly knows more than we thought. We need to be careful and do this right, not just go charging in. We have our work cut out for us. We need to work together if we're going to find the final piece to the triptych.
Now that we're back on the same page, we can explore the area without further delay. The mine itself is fairly standard. We fight off a bunch of spiders, defeat a mountain troll, and discover a few documents handwritten by Isadora. Disappointingly, these mostly reiterate what we've already seen in the Pensive and don't offer much new information. Oddly enough, if we had unlocked this quest before seeing the previous Pensive, the text could have been more impactful. As it stands, they mostly serve to catch up players who weren't paying close attention or who play infrequently. Eventually, we reach a door with the same ancient magic mechanism as before. After activating the switches, we're greeted with another study. Inside is, of course, the final piece of the painting, but more importantly, we find a written document that does contain new information. It reveals that, after a lukewarm reaction from the Keepers, Isadora decided to cut ties and pursue her studies independently. However, at a certain point, she began to wonder if it was all in vain, unable to find a worthy successor. She then states that if no one rises to the occasion during her lifetime, she'll find solace in knowing that she left a trail for someone capable of following it. This explains why the painting's frame unraveled after we passed through one of her portals to the Undercroft. It also clarifies why the pieces of the painting were hidden in her various studies, each sealed with ancient magic. Without realizing it, we've been participating in her trials. We can now deduce that assembling the three pieces of the painting will reward us with her projection, or whatever the living characters in paintings are in this universe. Now, the question is, do you buy this explanation? The logic here is that Isadora created the painting, then vandalized it herself, removing the pieces from the frame and stashing them in her studies. She also assumed her house would survive untouched, despite the fact that no enchantments were placed to protect the basement from destruction or looting. This means that if someone rebuilt a house over the ruins, or if a looter stole the painting that acted as our portal to the Undercroft, the entire plan would have been for nothing. And it gets even more questionable from here when you consider that the Hogwarts Legacy Wiki confirms that the Keepers and Isadora lived during the Tudor period. That places our story roughly 200 to 300 years after theirs, making the survival of her home and its decorations highly improbable. Hell, the mirror is still decorated with perfectly white drapes and dozens of lit candles. You can't tell me that those stayed intact after both the goblins mined the place and after whatever manhunt the Keepers launched following the events shown in the Pensive. Still, I can't fault Isadora for not anticipating that it would take nearly 300 years for a disciple to show up. Her trials make sense as long as you accept that none of them require us to extract bad memories from people, unlike Salazar Slytherin's trial, which required us to cast Crucio to proceed. It definitely feels underbaked, but for the game's current standards, it still fares better than most of its counterparts. With the final piece of the painting in hand, we return to the Undercroft and wait for Isadora's arrival.
Another Pensive.
This is what we've been chasing.
I wonder. What is it? Let's find out.
I cannot bring my brother back, Father. But I can give you peace. Please, have a seat.
Isadora, we are all most intrigued to hear.
We're ready. I've something to show you. Father, these are my colleagues from Hogwarts. Father hasn't spoken since my brother died. On my travels, I confirmed that which I've always believed. That we have the power to take away pain.
Isadora. What have you done?
I took his pain.
Thank you.
That worked.
It did indeed.
Of course it did. It's goblin silver.
I need something much bigger.
All right. It would help if you could tell me more about what it is you're storing.
Magic. Left over from a spell I devised to remove pain, but if used correctly, its power can be used to do even more good.
Why would you want to store such magic away?
I only need to keep it safe until I can convince my colleagues of its worth. Magic like this unnerves some.
Not everyone's ready to wield such power.
Perhaps not. Someone will be.
She took away the pain. I knew it. I knew there was a way to help Anne.
Something isn't right, Sebastian.
What do you mean? You saw what she did.
No, not the memories, the portrait. I think the reason Isadora hasn't appeared is because she can't.
I don't follow.
We have seen that view before. The abandoned home in Felgroth, the destroyed painting, it was her.
So someone destroyed a bit of enchanted canvas, but we found the memory.
Yes, you're right.
We saw what she wanted us to see. We saw what she could do, what you can do.
But I don't know how to do what Isadora did.
Well, then you shall learn. The Keepers can teach you.
I'm not sure that they would. The Keepers believe that removing someone's ability to feel pain, it's a highly complicated, unpredictable form of magic. One that should be wielded with great care. If at all.
If at all? You've overcome all of their challenges. You've more than proven yourself. You can wield it. You have the ability. Please, talk to the Keepers. If not for me, then for Anne.
Why did the Keepers want to keep Isadora quiet? Why destroy her portrait?
Why indeed? It's all intriguing stuff, but it also raises one very important question. Why didn't we consider telling Sebastian about her powers earlier? I genuinely thought that learning about Isadora's magic would bring us closer to helping Anne. It would have been a cleaner solution than relying on a dark relic that seemingly demands a heavy sacrifice to function. Plus, I've never refused to learn any spells so far, so understanding how Isadora yielded her powers would have aligned perfectly with my current goals. Even if you believe that learning from Isadora was a bad idea, you could have still argued that the ends justify the means. In other words, learning how to use your magic could prevent Ranrock from getting to it first. We've already seen what he's willing to do to achieve greatness, so I'd rather we try to do better than let him get worse with every repository. So I honestly have no idea why my character decided to hesitate the way that he did. I think the problem stems from the fact that we don't really know where we stand in all of this. Yeah, we want to complete the trials, develop our ancient magic abilities, and stop Ranrock, but why? Is it because we want the greater good for all, or are we doing it for selfish reasons? Are we power hungry? Or are we simply trying to understand what's at play so we can protect it? The game refuses to take a stance, and that ambiguity carries all the way to the final mission, where we finally are given the option to decide. It's one of those rare role-playing remnants we've seen a few times throughout our journey, and in this case, it lets us choose between two endings. The problem, however, is that the game lacks the RPG mechanics that would have made us feel like we're steering the story. Instead, it feels like the devs are flip-flopping between narrative paths. You can't choose to support Ranrock, for example, you're locked into being the good guy. And you're locked to help Sebastian, even if, depending on your values, that goes against your role-playing desires. There's a clear disconnect here, which makes me wonder what the story could have been like if the devs had scrapped the open world and focused on building a narrative-driven RPG inspired by something like Mass Effect. The good ones, I mean. Luckily for me, I love Sebastian, and because we reminded him of our brotherhood during the previous quest, he finally decides to brief us on his progress with Anne. To make a long story short, he's been exchanging owl messages with her. He suggested they meet at a cave to try the relic we found. She agreed, on the condition that Ominous be present for the entire experience. Sebastian ends up telling us he'll send an owl once the meeting time is confirmed. But, surprise twist, that is not what happens. We receive an urgent owl from Ominous, asking us to meet him immediately at the entrance of the catacombs. When we arrive, we find both Anne and Ominous visibly distressed. Whatever Sebastian did, it was enough for Anne to completely give up on her brother. She apparates out of the area without saying a word. Ominous, still in shock, struggles to explain what happened, but ultimately offers to guide us to Sebastian so we can see for ourselves. Without hesitation, we enter the catacombs and quickly realize that the underground tunnels are infected with inferi. Someone or something has been raising the dead. If the relic is the cause of all this, it's only a matter of time before Sebastien and even Felcroft gets overrun. If you thought that was bad, Ominous has an epiphany halfway through.
I was so worried about Sebastien I didn't even realize. Anne's gone to get Solomon. When she first saw the inferi, she thought Sebastien was being attacked. But then he showed her the relic and said he'd learned how to use it.
The carvings on the relic were inferi, and Sebastien somehow created them.
Not exactly. He's controlling them. This is powerful dark magic. Creating inferi is incredibly difficult, but controlling them... As Anne and I frantically barricaded the inferi to keep them from escaping, Sebastien kept mumbling about healing Anne. When Anne said she couldn't stay here, I didn't realize what she meant.
Solomon threatened to go to the headmaster if he heard of Sebastien dealing with dark magic.
I need to get to Hogwarts. I must get to Professor Black first. Twist the story a bit, make him think it's a family fight. I'll be back as soon as I can. See if you can talk some sense into Sebastien.
We blaze through the remaining rooms, annihilating an ever-growing horde of inferi blocking our path. After assembling a staircase made of bones from the deceased, we finally find Sebastien, and our worst fears are confirmed. You see, summoning inferi requires very dark and complex necromancy. It's not something every dark wizard can do, which is why only a handful in history has ever succeeded. Reviving the dead is considered blasphemous, even among those who use unforgivable curses. It robs the body of its eternal rest, and forces the remnant of the individual to obey the caster's will. By this point, Sebastien has broken nearly every wizarding law, all under the pretext of saving his sister. The question we should be asking now is, how much further are we willing to go before we either end up in Azkaban, or forced to end his obsession once and for all?
Sebastien, I told you, the relic is the answer. I've been trying to reverse the dark magic that injured Anne, but this will allow me to control it, just as I can control the inferi.
Control? I had to fight the inferi all the way.
What have the two of you done? Accio relic!
You'll pay for this!
I guess they were always destined to fight. Two incompatible ideologies clashing, a family feud that's reached its boiling point. And unfortunately for Sebastien's uncle, the game was rigged from the start.
She cannot be healed, Sebastien. You must stop.
I won't let her suffer. Avada Kedavra!
Your choice.
Oh, Anne. What have you done?
That line really hits hard, because in that moment, we're thinking the same thing about Sebastien. It's a paradox. We're sitting there, wondering how it came to this. And honestly, if we thought for a second that the devs had the courage to kill off a character in such an unceremonious way, we would have second-guessed every decision we made. It makes us angry at him. His obsession has clearly cost him everything. His family, his future, and for what? A relic that didn't even cure his sister. Everything he did was in vain because, deep down, it wasn't really about saving Anne anymore. We're forced to confront the truth. Just like Isadora, it all started with good intentions. Sebastien did want the best for his sister, but over time, it became a pretext for his growing thirst for power, and that realization stings. It makes us angry for believing in him. Hell, it makes us want to go postal. But once the shock fades, guilt sets in. In the final shot, the camera slowly pans towards Sebastian's face. His eyes are angled just enough that it doesn't break the fourth wall, but it still feels like he's speaking directly to us. Out of disappointment, he lowers his gaze and says,
"What have you done?"
And that's when the real horror sets in. All of this happened because of us. Every step of the way, we were there, fighting besides him, solving puzzles, theorizing, encouraging him. We gave him moral support, built a kinship, and shared his burden. We placed our trust in him, and now the devs force us to face the awful truth. We are just as guilty as he is, and there's no point in denying it. This is why I recommended Hogwarts Legacy despite its flaws. This very moment, even if you know that it's coming, hits hard every time. The build-up is expertly paced. The story develops gradually, giving us time to connect with the characters and their struggles. It feels personal, it's relatable, and it's woven directly into the gameplay, requiring our involvement at every turn. It's a deeply human story, centered around love, loss, and the lengths we'll go to keep hope alive and reclaim what we're terrified of losing. These are the reasons why Sebastian's questline is the magnum opus of the game. Intertwined with the main quest, it encourages reflection and analysis while leaving a lasting impression. Isadora's story helps us understand Sebastian's, and his helps us understand hers. In a way, we're the friend Isadora never had. Knowing how her story ended without intervention helps us understand how Sebastian's could have ended if we never came to Hogwarts. It's a self-sustaining tragedy, and that's more than I can say for Poppy and Natsai's questlines. And then, just as we're making amends for our actions, the devs do something that I'm sure none of us saw coming. A few hours later, we meet Sebastian and Ominous in the Undercroft. We learn from Ominous that, after Anne buried her uncle, she was considering giving Sebastian to the authorities, but is too heartbroken to take the final decision. Ominous feels the same way, meaning that it is ultimately up to us to decide if we're going to send Sebastian to Azkaban. Worse still, for the first and only time in the whole game, this decision actually has an effect on how the story ends. If we let Sebastian go, he will walk as a free man, hoping to make amends with his sister as the time turns Solomon, Salazar Slytherin's diary, and the relic into a faded memory. If we turn him in, however, Sebastian gets to pay for both casting the unforgivable spells and for killing the only person that ever tried to steer him in the right direction. But that decision isn't as straightforward as I make it seem, because it also means that we're robbing Sebastian of his future while dropping Anne's life expectancy quite significantly, considering the fact that she's now out of a legal guardian. There's also an indirect third reason why making this decision is the bad one. It turns us into a hypocrite. Since the beginning of the game, we have massacred a nation's worth of living beings without second-guessing our actions. Even without the Avada Kedavra spell, we've both obliterated and eradicated countless enemies, leaving a trail of blood of biblical proportions. Plus, after Sebastian kills his uncle, we're given the option to also learn the killing spell. If we decide to learn it like I have, even a cool Easter egg would be enough to warrant how mentally bankrupt we are for wanting to learn it after seeing the effect it has firsthand. It's primarily for those reasons that I decided to not send him to jail. In both my playthroughs, I couldn't live with the guilt of sending him to prison while I ultimately roamed free. I also cared too much for Anne to leave her homeless and alone. At the end of the day, you could say that I'm the same as Sebastian. He committed his heinous acts in the name of love, while I'm using the same motivation to set him free. I care for him too much to send him away, and I'm left hopeful that, at some point, we'll both be redeemed for our actions. If we choose to condemn him, however, we'll learn from Ominous that he's in the headmaster's office, waiting for the authorities to roll out the red carpet. If we leave him be, he thanks us for believing in him every step of the way, and promises to be a better person for both us and Anne. This also allows us to give him closure on something else. Nearly the end of the game, we'll have to face Rockwood once and for all, but before we do so, he says something that catches our eye.
I've always said, children should be seen and not heard.
Sounds familiar? Those are the exact same words that Anne heard just before she got cursed. This therefore means that she was cursed by him and not by some random goblin. If Seb is still around, you can give him that closure as well.
Just before Rookwood attacked, he uttered something familiar. The same words Anne heard before she was cursed. Children should be seen and not heard.
Wait, what are you saying?
It wasn't one of Ranrock's loyalists who cursed Anne. It was Rookwood. It was Rookwood all along.
This can't be. It was the loyalists. It's always been them. The night Anne was cursed, all she saw were goblins.
Once Rookwood allied with Ranrock, Isadora's estate became of interest to them both. That's why Rookwood was there the night Anne was cursed. He was working with Ranrock. When he saw your sister, well, he didn't want anyone to know.
So he cursed her. And she's never been the same. So cruel. Rookwood deserved what he got. Thank you for telling me. It wasn't a goblin. I suppose I owe you an apology. All this time I thought goblins were the enemy. But it was never that simple. Ominous said he's spoken with Anne. I wonder if she'll see me. I'll find out and send word when I know more.
And that's the end of the story. Overall, I just love it. Solid 10 out of 10 and would definitely recommend it. I just wish that it was told in a better game, as it's hard to advocate for it when the rest of the package leaves much to be desired. For me, this is the best example why Hogwarts Legacy should have been a linear experience. The way that the main quest intertwined with Sebastian's story is superbly done. It's well written, well voice acted, and is very relatable. Plus, even with its many plot contrivances and illogical moments, it rarely breaks the overall experience. However, the further you stray away from the main quest, the more the structure feels like it's made of papier-mâché. It limits its replayability factor, and, mixed in with its lackluster climax, which we'll soon cover, it makes it even less likely that you'll want to dabble in this universe once the credits roll. However, before we move on to the endgame, I want to talk about a piece of the lore that the devs purposefully neglected when they decided to make Sebastian's questline, specifically, the Trace. The Trace is a magical charm placed on every underaged witch and wizard that alerts the Ministry of Magic whenever magic is performed outside of school. By that logic, it should also be able to track other things like, oh I don't know, the casting of all 3 unforgivable spells? Even if it didn't, most of the game takes place outside of Hogwarts, meaning our activities should have been monitored by someone in the Ministry. So if I understand how it works, and granted, the Trace is one of those magical systems that's barely touched upon in the books, the final decision regarding Sebastian shouldn't even have been ours to make. The Ministry should have detected the repeated use of forbidden spells from an underage source and sent an agent to apprehend him immediately. Actually, now that I think about it, he's been using the Undercroft to practice, meaning that he should have either already been in jail by the time we arrive, or forbidden for pursuing his magical academics, just like Hagrid in the books. Granted, the game is indeed set about 100 years before the source material, so it's indeed possible that the Trace isn't a thing yet. Also, it is stated in the lore that the 3 spells that form the Unforgivables weren't considered as such at the very beginning. They only became a one-way ticket to Azkaban once the Ministry passed a law later on declaring them as immoral and unwizardly. Therefore, as the books don't provide a clear idea of when the decision was taken, it's indeed possible that Hogwarts Legacy takes place during that time period. But if that were true, the devs should have added that information in the game. For all we know, current societal rules apply, which would make sense as Ominous depicts the Big Three the same way that Mad-Eye Moody did in the 4th book. All characters also treat the spells as sin incarnate, and the devs themselves use that plot device to hammer in the severity of Sebastian's actions. At the end of the day, it's not a huge deal because the rules surrounding the trace aren't clearly defined. Plus, the game needs to happen one way or another, so it doesn't really affect my suspension of disbelief. I just wish that the devs had acknowledged it somehow, maybe with a throwaway line explaining why we're able to get away with all of it, instead of simply hoping that the player doesn't point it out. Speaking of which, I think it's high time that we finish the game and see how the devs decided to reward us for our efforts. We receive a letter from Logog stating that he's heading to the cave where Ranrock is hiding, presumably to reason with him. Or, at least, that's what I think his plan is, because the quest log is extremely vague, and I couldn't find the quest pop-up in my recordings. Anyways, we decide to head over there, worried for his safety. Once inside, we discover a massive underground structure, complete with bridges, steampunk machinery, and even an underground tramway. It's a stunning environment that showcases just exactly what the goblins are capable of doing when they put their minds together. After finding our way through, we reach the end of the cave and discover a functioning drill, the same one depicted in the blueprint we found with our Ravenclaw friend. We eliminate its guardians and collapse the ceiling onto it, burying the machine under a heap of rubble. Then, Ranrock shows up and we get hit with the biggest plot contrivance in the game.
That is unfortunate. No matter, we will build another. I found this one lurking outside. Lord Gok, come to make amends, little brother.
I came to stop this.
What is this you've brought me? It cannot be. All this time, you knew where it was.
Don't! You're right.
I'll never understand you, Lord Gok. So gullible. That witch did not consider you an equal. She, like all wizard kind, sought only to use you.
You're wrong, Ranrock.
The young ones are especially deceitful. They are taught to hide their disgust for us, as they exploit us.
Astonishing that our ancestors ever trusted each other.
All this time, looking everywhere for the final repository, searching in vain for Bragpor's last journal. Wasted my time chasing a child. And my little brother knew where it was all along. But now, I don't need you. I don't need any of you.
I was bringing it to you.
You are a traitor to our kind! Kedavra!
Where do I even begin? The reveal that Logog is Ranrock's brother should not have been dropped right before his death. If anything, that should have been revealed during his exposition arc. I mean, who calls their brother by their first name in every single line of dialogue? To make matters worse, this twist damages Logog's backstory. You'd expect it to have some kind of connection or influence within the Goblin army. But as it stands, it feels like the devs didn't think the scene was impactful enough, so they artificially upped the stakes by making him his brother. Then comes the reveal that Logog had the final journal from the Goblin who built the repositories this whole time. Why in Merlin's name didn't he tell us the location of the final repository if his goal was to help us stop Ranrock's rise to power? If he knew Ranrock was in the cave, why bring the journal to him? If he didn't know Ranrock was there, why risk bringing the relic into enemy territory? Especially when he knows that the people around him report directly to Ranrock. And then, as if his goal was to be remembered as the stupidest character in the game, his excuse for bringing it is that he wanted to give it to us once we arrived. But that's just wrong, because we never made a commitment. Nothing was organized beforehand. He had no guarantees would show up, let alone arrive in time if something went wrong. Actually, now that I think about it, why even meet in Ranrock's headquarters? I mean, we first met Logog in the Three Broomsticks. Why not just meet him there? This is as bad as being dragged back to your cell in the final chapter of Callisto Protocol. Not only is the whole scene contrived, but it also turns Logog into yet another MacGuffin. Ranrock had no idea where the last repository was. This mine proves it. He was mining it because he's exhausted his leads and had resources to burn. If it weren't for Logog's idiocy, Ranrock would have never figured out the location of the final repository. And that's what forces us to pressure the last keeper to let us complete his trial, so we can spoil Ranrock's plans one last time. It's sad because I really like Logog. I always enjoyed hearing what he has to say, and the stellar voice acting made it even better. But none of that is enough to hide the fact that the devs played him dirty. His first quest was pointless. It ends in failure and has zero consequences on the game. It's barely mentioned again, meaning it could have been scrapped entirely without affecting the narrative. His second quest was solid. It compensates for the first by delivering the much needed exposition dump that clarifies a huge portion of the main storyline. And then, the devs made him fumble everything before killing him off unceremoniously in the cave. No one mentions him again. Even Serona, the character who introduced us to him, never learns what happened because we don't get the option to actually tell her. It's honestly the worst ending he could have gotten, and for what it's worth, I think he deserves better. But unfortunately for us, what comes next doesn't improve. We then send an owl to Professor Fig, asking him to meet us in the map chamber. Once there, we brief the keepers on the current state of things. Their reaction is something under the lines of, "Oh shit, what are we gonna do? Like, we have to tell them about the final repository, right?" On second thought, nah, just go ahead, complete the final trial and come back afterwards. With no way to actually pressuring them into revealing their secrets, we do as we're told and head off to complete the final trial. We proceed to fight a Graphorn, eventually crippling it into submission. We then ride it to a door with a matching statue. The presence of the beast magically unlocks the entrance, granting us access to the final pensive. In the memory, we see the keeper who initiated the final trial enter Isadora's home unannounced. To his horror, he taps her father on the shoulder, only to discover that he's been emotionally castrated, left as an empty husk with no cognitive awareness. The keeper rushes back to headquarters to share the grim news, but he's not the only one with a disturbing update. Isadora has been using her powers on her students. The keepers regroup and set their sights on the final repository. Isadora appears from behind it, and once they realize they can't reason with her, the keeper who once welcomed her into the fold casts the first spell. Just as the fight begins, it ends abruptly. Isadora knocks most of them out with a single move. They then connect wands because who cares about lore accuracy, right? And if you thought that was outrageous, how about two wands connecting together against a single caster? Looks epic, right? Look, she's overpowering them. What are they going to do next? Well, that explains why she didn't appear in her painting. They murdered her, then proceeded to erase her from history. It's predictable, but overall well set up, so I don't mind it too much. What I do mind is that the container holding the negative emotions has holes in it. In Isadora's pensive, we see her contain the substance inside a sealed container, implying that it would escape if not properly enclosed. We also know that the memories stored for pensive use are kept in closed flasks. So why is the sphere able to contain it all without leaking? The only explanation is obviously the fact that the devs thought it would look cool enough to do the job. And of course, it's magic! Oh, and who would have guessed that the final repository was located beneath Hogwarts the whole time? Thank Merlin that Ranrock never thought of checking Isadora's workplace. If you didn't know that she worked at Hogwarts, I would have mined the magical stronghold in the Highlands long before digging into some random mountain far from Wizardkind. We then head back to the map chamber, where the keepers finally revealed the last piece of the puzzle.
The caverns below Hogwarts, where you fought Isadora. Is that the location of the final repository?
It is. You see, we could not destroy the strands of emotion Isadora had stolen from so many. So we did all that we could to keep them safe. We also realized that until they could be destroyed, the magic used to create them was a danger to wizardkind. Hence, we became keepers. Keepers of an unfathomable secret. We knew that someday, one with the ability to see traces of ancient magic might be seduced by its power. We built the trials to lead that person to us, to allow them to prove themselves worthy of the knowledge we'd kept hidden and the responsibility that accompanies it.
Have I not proven myself, Professor? I need to get to that repository before Ranrock does.
You have, and you will. But the repository is protected by powerful ancient magic. To enter, you must craft a special wand from the 4 artifacts you found above our pensives.
So the repository is safe from Ranrock for now?
If he is, as you suspect, capable of using the power of the other repository, I fear he will be able to breach our defenses.
Then I must go now and craft this wand. Perhaps Mr. Ollivander will help me.
Another Ollivander? I'm not surprised. As I am sure he will tell you, this wand may be used for only one purpose. Return with the wand, and we will open the way forward.
First of all, there's a small inconsistency in what they just told us. One of the keepers states that the group started calling themselves Keepers after the events shown in the pensive. However, when searching for the final piece of Isadora's painting, we found a document written by her that criticizes the name. Oops. Secondly, I have no idea what object we were supposedly collecting in the pensive room. My theory is that the ancient magic symbol is actually the artifact they mentioned earlier, but since it doesn't look like an object and it's never properly explained, either before or after, it feels like another contrivance. Which it totally is, because without it, we wouldn't have had a reason to fight Rockwood. As you saw for yourself, Ranrock terminated their deadbeat alliance, which now prevents Rockwood from being present in the final mission. That's why I believe the devs created a last-minute requirement to wrap up a storyline and cash into a build-up they forgot to create, considering he barely does anything in the entire campaign. We then follow instructions and head to Ollivander's wand shop in Hogsmeade. We hand over the material we supposedly collected during the trials, and he begins crafting a wand from scratch. After a brief wait, he hands us the finished product, and we leave the store. Outside, we discover that Rockwood is waiting for us. His sudden predicament has made him hopeful that he can smooth talk his way into an alliance. However, since we're, according to him, an arrogant child who should be seen and not heard, he orders his followers to kidnap us and drag us away from the public eye. You'd think that this would be the end of us, right? Like, now being defenseless in the hands of criminals, but you'd be wrong. Rockwood apparently ordered this man, off-screen, to leave us unharmed in front of the opposite wall so we could have a proper chance to defend ourselves. Obviously, that wasn't the devs' intention. They just wanted to connect both scenes as effortlessly as possible. But since we don't actually see how we got there, we're left with yet another plot contrivance. Anyways, the fight begins, and the most original part is that Rockwood isn't even there at the start. We're forced to defeat a wave of his cronies before he finally makes an appearance. Then, we counter his Avada Kedavra spell, which triggers a Priori Incantatem. Now that I think about it, seeing this happen multiple times throughout the game really cheapens the experience. It felt special in Goblet of Fire because nothing before or after even came close to it. Even Dumbledore later confirms it's an extremely rare occurrence, one most wizards never experience. Here, we've seen it happen 3 times already, and in most instances where we were involved, it was against subpar enemies who somehow survived a direct hit from their own killing curse. Yeah, that's right. After overpowering Rockwood, he survives the direct hit of his own Avada Kedavra and calls for reinforcements. After defeating a few more enemies, I decided to cast the killing curse on him again just to see if the game would register the attack. To my surprise, it did. His health bar emptied just before he disappeared off screen, effectively killing him off screen for some reason. But a few seconds later, the devs throw in a compromise. The spell worked, but we still have to do a second Prairie Incantatem. Also, note that all other enemies vanish during the cutscene transition. We then proceed to spam the A button until the spell backfires on him once more, finally ending his reign of terror, or so the devs want us to believe. If we ignore the liberties the devs took with the license, I think there are two major issues that hurt this final encounter with Rockwood. First, we haven't seen him do anything throughout the game. He appears in a total of 4 cutscenes, a split-second appearance before the carriage pierces the sky, 2 verbal disputes with Ranrock, and finally, his boss fight in death. His death has no impact because we have no idea what it meant to his crime organization or the people supporting him. The only thing we know is that he's in charge of the human opposition, but since they remain unaffected, his death feels indistinguishable from any other enemy we've defeated. In my mind, Rockwood was kept for 3 reasons. Since both the goblin and human enemy factions are rooted in racism, the devs needed a human leader to represent the conflict from that side. 2, they thought it would be clever to subvert expectations by having a human curse Anne instead of a goblin, and since no other evil human exists in the game, Rockwood becomes the scapegoat. 3, by tying him to the Rockwood lineage, it adds another layer of member berries for long-term fans, as I've previously explained. All of these are, in a vacuum, valid reasons to include a character in the story. Having a pre-existing base makes it easier to integrate them into the narrative, while giving the devs inspiration to build upon. All those ideas flow into the script. They create opportunities for the character to influence others, justifying his existence in the universe. Plus, by having him embody the conflict, it helps players understand what he represents and grasp the broader themes at play. But in the end, his character only exists to complete a checklist. Remove him from the game and absolutely nothing changes in the main story. His presence only bloats the experience, and worse, he diminishes Ranrock, who's reduced to a whiny antagonist whenever Rockwood is around. Even the devs knew his inclusion was inconsequential. They didn't bother creating a unique boss battle for him. Fighting Rockwood plays out like any other encounter, with his most unique move being the 2 Prairie Incantatums. But even that fails to impress, since it's repeated twice in the same fight, and moments earlier, we saw a cooler rendition of it in the Pensive. If I had to counter all of this negativity with a single positive about the character, it would be his voice actor's performance. Jason Anthony did a solid job. His delivery was convincingly sinister, and honestly, that alone made the character enjoyable for me. Fun fact, Jason Anthony also voices the Sorting Hat and Nearly Headless Nick in the game. Talk about range! And if that wasn't enough, he's also the voice behind Benjamin Oder Lee in the Call of Duty franchise, yet another artist who's left a mark on that series. With Victor now wiped off the face of the earth, we return to the map chamber to report our progress. Professor Fig congratulates us on defeating Rockwood and claims we've done a great service to Wizardkind. Somehow. Then, the Keepers thank us for completing all their trials and remind us that great power comes with even greater responsibility. In a dramatic twist, the floor vanishes, revealing a hidden door that leads to the final repository.
Must be the way to the repository.
Once inside, the quest finally begins, and right away, it feels like a callback to the very first mission of the campaign. Teaming up with Professor Fig, we launch an offensive as a massive drill carves a path forward for the goblins. Battle after battle, we're forced to hold our ground, testing our endurance against relentless waves of goblins and trolls. After rewatching the footage, I noticed something odd. Outside of combat, the glass wall used to teach us the basic casting spell makes a surprise return. It's a strange moment to revisit that mechanic, especially when it could have added more variety to the puzzle design. Passing through the wall, we hit a dead end. An army of goblins blocks our path. Panic sets in, and for a moment, we forget our capabilities, wondering how we'll ever get out of this mess. But of course, this is our epic finale, so what better time to rely on the power of friendship? Turns out, while we were off visiting Mr. Ollivander, Professor Fig took the initiative to brief the entire faculty of our secret mission and request our aid. As you may recall, we chose to keep all of this hidden from the staff, so no one knew what we were actually up to. Also, on the second viewing, I noticed something hilarious. Headmaster Black doesn't even show up for the battle. I guess he was so disliked that no one bothered to inform him about the most dramatic day of the year. Still, seeing the teacher fight alongside us is genuinely cool. As underutilized as they were throughout the game, their presence adds a sense of camaraderie. It also gives the impression that more is happening off screen, finally injecting some grandeur into a story that's often felt a bit too contained. Hell yeah! You go, girl! You can always count on the Weasley! We then use a conveniently placed pillar to cross a ravine. Goblins are hot on our heels, and just as they're about to catch us, Professor Weasley cancels her spell, sending them plummeting to their doom. Descending a slope, we come across an ancient door guarded by two colossal knights. Just as we prepare for battle, our character sets aside his wand and picks up the new one. Somehow, he instantly knew this is the moment to use it, and sure enough, it works like a charm. We then enter the chamber housing the final repository. Professor Fig reminds us of what's at stake and asks the big question: what do we plan to do with it? This moment presents the only real choice that affects the ending. We can either take up the Keeper's mantle and leave the repository untouched, or absorb its ancient magic for ourselves. Naturally, I chose the first option. It's the canon ending, and it's pretty clear the devs intended it to be the right choice. But don't worry, I'll circle back to it once we wrap things up after we've seen the first ending.
The arrogance of wizard kind. Goblins built this repository. It belongs to us.
Enough, Ranrock. It was never yours.
I've been wanting to play with this. Miriam's wand. If she'd simply handed over the container, all of this could have been avoided. Foolish, self-important witch. Seems you were two of a kind. She didn't know when to give up either.
With Ranrock transforming into a dragon, we've officially come full circle. Our journey was derailed by a dragon attack, and now the final boss is one too. It's a neat way to symbolically close the loop on the adventure. That said, how exactly does Ranrock become a dragon? I mean, ancient magic has only ever been shown to enhance powers, not morph people into mythical creatures. The only explanation? Shut up! Magic doesn't need to make sense. It's cool, bruh. The fight itself is split into 3 phases, each marked by a segment in its life bar. But calling them phases is a bit generous. There's barely any variation. Ranrock always starts off invincible, launching fire lines at your last known location and following up with fireballs. After a few rounds of this, he conjures an energy orb coated with one of the 3 spell colors. Match the color, unleash your attacks, and repeat until he becomes invulnerable again. I think this battle perfectly encapsulates the limitations I've been pointing out throughout this video. There's no real combat complexity. Everything revolves around the 3-color spell system. The devs didn't even experiment with hybrid colors or layered mechanics, so what you see is what you get, and that is all the way to the very end. Now, we're finally fighting a dragon, a moment that was subtly teased in the opening cutscene, but never truly realized until now. It's exciting. We expect the creature to be tough, resilient, and menacing. Maybe it'll grapple us, toss us around, lunge in for a bite. But none of that happens. Why? Because the devs never prioritized split-second movement or aerial attacks. Phase 1 and 2 are practically identical. Phase 1 asks you to dodge 2 basic attacks and destroy 1 orb to make Ranrock vulnerable. Phase 2 adds a third attack, a shriek that sends off a damage wave, and ups the orb count to... how many? 2! Yes, 2! You're right! And if you thought you could cheese the whole battle by throwing an Avada Kedavra at him, you'd be sorely mistaken. I tried it twice, once in each of the first 2 phases, and it didn't even register. You're locked into playing it exactly how the devs design it. Match the spell colors, break the orb, and spam your attacks. Phase 3 plays out much like the previous one, with a twist. Ranrock now has access to a few more attacks, and the devs decided that there was enough reason to double his health bar. In the earlier phases, we were confined to a makeshift platform, which limited Ranrock to airborne attacks. Now, we've descended into a massive area, which opens up more possibilities. But, as has been the theme, I'm overselling it. The new addition, a shockwave attack when he lands, a charge, a melee attack strike if you get too close. That's it. To be fair, the moves are well telegraphed, and since Ranrock is the only boss with a unique moveset, the fight is still enjoyable, but it's not exactly challenging. As you probably noticed from the footage, I wasn't exactly trying my hardest. I kept getting hit by the same attacks, not because they were difficult to dodge, but because I just wasn't compelled to go all in. Ultimately, this is what the Souls genre would call a spectacle boss. It's less about the challenge and more about the presentation. And while I've made this whole sequence sound a bit bland, I can't deny that it's short, easy, and entertaining. I definitely wish there were more to it, but as it stands, it's still better than everything else that came before it, even if it's not really saying much. After depleting Ranrock's health bar, we're tasked, one last time, with destroying the colored orbs surrounding him. Doing so drains his power, culminating in a very satisfying explosion.
friend. The wizarding world could not be in more capable hands.
Before we move on, I have a question. What exactly killed Professor Fig? We see him collapse just as our avatar lets out a so-called resolute yell, but the cause of his death is never really made clear. Was it the ancient magic? And if so, that's odd because we've never seen anyone suffer any physical harm just from being near it. Or was he simply exhausted from helping us hold the pillars? That would make sense if that mechanic has ever been established, but it wasn't. In fact, I don't think that's ever been a thing in the source material either. If you got a theory, I'd love to hear it. As it stands, it feels like the devs were determined to end the story with a death because tradition, I guess. And Fig, being the mentor figure, was the obvious choice, so he dies right then and there, at that moment. Speaking of tradition, the next scene takes us to the Great Hall, where Headmaster Black delivers a painfully awkward toast to our dearly departed Professor Fig.
Professor Eleazar Fig. I dare say he was a beloved professor to many of you, certainly a long-standing colleague to his peers. A famed adventurer and seeker of knowledge, he built a reputation charging into the unknown, brazenly disregarding both discretion and safety, providing perhaps a rather unfortunate lesson for us all. His devotion to adventure was rivaled only by his dedication to Hogwarts, and of course, to his wife, Midi, whom we lost much too soon as well. Yeah.
Professor Fig represented the best of all of us. He could be deviously clever, possessed a brilliantly inquisitive mind, and was the most loyal of friends. But perhaps it was his remarkable courage, for which we will all be forever indebted to him. If not for Professor Fig, well, I can say with confidence that if not for him, many of us, let alone Hogwarts, would not be here today. Those that knew him best will agree that we must now honor him as only Hogwarts can, by wisely, resourcefully, justly, and bravely facing all that lies ahead.
To Professor Fig!
But that's the thing, who is Professor Fig? I honestly have no idea because, as you've seen it yourself, he barely appears in the whole campaign. So this moment, meant to be heartfelt, ends up feeling pretty shallow. I know I'm supposed to feel something, maybe even raise a glass, but I'm left wondering what kind of man he actually was. And since I'm still confused about what caused his death, I'm definitely not in the right mindset to be emotionally invested. It also doesn't help that I don't recognize half of the people in the room, like, who is this guy? And this one? Am I supposed to know them? In the movies, it works because Harry interacts with these characters throughout the year. Even if they have small roles, they're at least present. Here, most of them had one quest at the very beginning and then vanishes from the game entirely. To make matters worse, this scene feels even more hollow if you chose the evil ending, like I did on my first playthrough. Instead of rejecting the repository, you absorb it. The only difference? The cutscene after defeating Ranrock gets slightly altered. So tell me, what actually killed Professor Fig in this version? Everything leading up to it plays out the same way, and our absorption of dark energy? Never mentioned again. No consequences, no ripple effects. You know what game this reminds me of? Mass Effect 3, a trilogy known for canonizing player choices across 3 games, only to end with a binary cosmetic decision. Hogwarts Legacy does the same. Players expect multiple endings in an open world, narrative-driven experience, so Avalanche Studios obliged. Thanks a lot, Avalanche Studios. You definitely did fulfill that criteria. Technically. After the toast of Professor Fig, we finally head to bed, ending what has been an incredibly long day. The next morning, we're greeted with a pop-up. It's now time to wrap up any unfinished business, as it will impact our score in the upcoming OWL exams. For those unfamiliar, OWLs are ministry-issued assessments that every wizard must pass to graduate and enter the workforce. In our case, since the closest we've ever gone to studying was chasing flying pieces of paper, we're instead graded on how much we've accomplished throughout the year. This also means that, even after defeating both villains and solving the mystery of the repositories, we still have 2 more main quests to complete. The first is a one-on-one with Professor Weasley, where she reviews our progress and offers feedback before the exams. During my first playthrough, I had a 99 completion rate after defeating Ranrock, so I figured that I was in for a glowing review, and at first, it did seem that way. She listed off my accomplishments, thanked me for saving magical creatures big and small, and even mentioned that the centaurs had reported 2 students helping rescue the Snidgets. For reasons never explained, she suspects that Poppy and I were involved, hence the shoutout. Then she grabs our field guide, and this is her reaction.
What do you think, Professor? I think you've been busy this year. I see some progress here, but quite a bit of your field guide has yet to be completed. Fortunately, you do have some time to prepare for your OWLs.
This is why I decided to 100% the game all over again. When she told me that I had much more to do and should get to it before completing the final quest, I was so freaking pissed. I was missing 1%. Why treat me like a fucking delinquent? At the time, I was convinced the devs had only made a single cutscene and were using it as a way to nudge players into continuing post-game content. Naturally, I had to test that theory, so I redid everything before seeing her again. On my second viewing, I realized something odd. You see, after she congratulates us for completing a bunch of stuff related to the main quest, like riding a Graphorn, befriending a goblin, and completing the only quest that varies depending on the household, we're congratulated for completing Poppy's questline. Only her questline. She fails to mention our progress with Natsai and Sebastien. She also neglects all of the students we've helped or defeated in a sport tournament. Spells are also very important in this universe. As the owls are centered around the students' mastery of them, you would expect her to thank us for learning all of them, right? But no, she's happy that we've become good friends with Poppy, which is fine. It was a fun string of quests after all. It's just weird that is it. Then, once she picks up the book, she thanks us for collecting all the field guide pages, meaning that my first assessment was wrong. She didn't care about my overall completion rate. All she cared was that I had collected all the field guide pages. This therefore means that if I'm correct in my assessment, nothing else influences the dialogue. She also doesn't care about the many pieces of clothing we've collected and upgraded, and how many collectibles we've found for the Room of Requirement, which, as you may recall, was part of her questline. In the end, it seems that the devs value our ability for sightseeing above else, so it's a good thing that my papers are all in order this time. Although, this has got me thinking, what would happen if we completed the game and neglected everything else other than Poppy's questline and the field guide pages? Will we still get a perfect score? I'm not crazy enough to finish the game again just to find out, so if you do attempt it, please let me know in the comments. This leads us to the final quest, which begins with a montage of students taking part in their exams. But here's the kicker, we're not actually in it. It's the only moment where we become an omnipresent observer, watching mute students complete a written charms exam, fight off a Bogart in the Defense Against the Dark Arts, and summon a unicorn? Maybe the jar is shown afterward as part of the exam, I have no idea. The point is, we're not involved, which feels like a random decision, probably a result of last-minute crunch. Then, we enter the Great Hall, where Headmaster Black is about to announce the house with the most points. But before he can, Professor Weasley interrupts to award some last-minute points to the student who saved the school, just like in the first movie.
Excuse me, Headmaster, if I may. One particular student's heroism during the attack on Hogwarts, not to mention the level to which they have excelled in their coursework, as a new student, no less. Well, it would seem that it certainly merits, I'd say, 100 points to their house. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes. Thank you, Professor Weasley.
It's a cute gesture for sure, but house points weren't the thing until now. The only other time they were mentioned was where the flight instructor scolded us for deviating from a mandatory class, roughly 50 hours of gameplay ago. So yeah, this feels like another dose of member berries. To be fair, it probably worked for most players. We like being acknowledged, and seeing our efforts rewarded does fulfill the fantasy. But in this case, I wish the devs had put more effort into the moment. For example, the clapping sound before the announcement feels poorly mixed, and the cheering is so generic it's hard to take seriously.
The bravery of Godric Gryffindor. Allow me to finish. The loyalty of Helga Hufflepuff. The wisdom of Rowena Ravenclaw. And the ambition of Salazar Slytherin. And so,
that last clap for Slytherin is especially rough. I can't believe it was shipped like this, but here we are. Then comes the final cutscene, which sounds unfinished, like placeholder audio was never replaced. We're missing ambient sounds created from character movement and the dozen of students in the room.
I suppose we have our winner.
Interestingly, after comparing my original playthrough with the one I did for this project, I noticed they did retouch the scene. The audio now has more variation in the cheering, and the fireworks sound more prominent. The only real variation in this cutscene comes from the color of the fireworks. Blue for Ravenclaw, green for Slytherin, and etc. And if you thought my Mass Effect 3 comparison was harsh, here's an even more blatant replica. I get that changing the drapes in the first movie was basically the same idea, but at least it has style. If they'd done something similar here, it could have transformed the school during the endgame, covering the walls with your house's emblem. Instead, we get a generic firework display, which, like much of this ending, feels rushed. To sum up everything we covered and give my final verdict on Hogwarts Legacy, I think it's only fair to evaluate Avalanche Software using their own guidelines. If we go back to the art book and read the beginning of the first chapter, we find that the team was hyper-focused on preserving and subsequently executing on 3 distinct goals: authenticity, heroism, and magic. Let's start with the first one, authenticity. This one's pretty self-explanatory. Narrative lead Moira Squire states in the art book, maintaining the authenticity of the world not only engages players, it keeps them engaged. While we have expanded the Wizarding World to allow for a wonderfully immersive game, we are well aware that if we stray too far from the rules of the world, which fans are familiar, we will lose their confidence in us, and the magic will be lost. We want fans to know that we hold the lore as dear as they do. That last line is what undermines this goal the most. Time and time again, the game shows a willingness to bend or outright ignore established lore to better suit its own agenda. I've already discussed how the Unforgivable Curses and Priory Incantatem don't behave the way they're supposed to, and let's not forget how the field guide recontextualizes the original source material, and how gameplay mechanics diminish the credibility of the main villain. That said, I believe most of these were honest mistakes. They were likely made to serve gameplay first, meaning the genre itself influenced those decisions. And let's be real, the movies broke the lore too. Priory Incantatem shows up once or twice in Deadly Hallows Part 2, probably because the director thought it would look cool. It's become symbolic of the franchise. Good versus evil in a flashy showdown where the heroes inevitably win, so I can't really blame the devs for piggybacking on that. As for everything else, it's superb. The world feels real. Hogwarts has never been more fun to explore. The classes were great, until they weren't, and while the open world is a bit of a letdown for the genre, it still feels authentic to the Wizarding World. On a scale from 1 to 10, where 10 is a masterpiece and 1 is a blight on the human conscience, I'd give authenticity a solid 8. It's excellent, and if Avalanche can maintain this standard, I'd absolutely welcome a sequel. Next up is heroism, which, admittedly, is a lot harder to pinpoint because the devs bundle up a bunch of different aspects together. The art director, Jeff Bunker, stated, "This game doesn't retell the story of Harry Potter. This is the player's journey. It was important to us that the player didn't feel like a tourist visiting a Harry Potter film set or theme park where all the charm, mystery, and magic had already been revealed. We want the player to feel just like Harry, experiencing Hogwarts and Hogsmeade and the Forbidden Forest for the first time, not knowing what to expect. It's for those reasons that the Avatar is the only one who can see traces of ancient magic, so they alone can follow a path set by witches and wizards hundreds of years ago. It cannot be done by anyone else. Harry Potter knew that the choices he made mattered. Our game not only allows the player to create an avatar that reflects their physical identity, it also, via the choices they made, allows them to express their personalities and particular point of view and reflect the world around them. There are two main ideas Avalanche fixated on here. The first was the notion of telling its own story without leaning too heavily on the source material. That's why they opted for a new era, a fresh cast of characters, and an untapped source of magic. On paper, that sounds great. In practice, it's a 4 out of 10 for me. Why? Because the game still relies heavily on your love for the original franchise. If you come in blind, without prior knowledge of Harry Potter, you're met with a huge amount of blink and you'll miss it references. Collectibles feel hollow because you don't know what they mean. Classes lack interactivity and memorable set pieces. Their charm comes from nostalgia, not innovation. The open world falters for the same reason. It's generic, without the weight of the IP behind it. When Avalanche tried to expand the lore, they came up short. Few new ideas were introduced, and those that did exist were stretched thin to fill the experience. The main quest needed more urgency and a less formulaic design. What makes the original books compelling is their detective story structure hidden inside a fantasy setting. Every action pushes the narrative forward and ties back to the overarching villain. Voldemort barely appears, yet his presence looms over everything. Here, Ranrock and Rockwood should have done the same, actively opposing us, forcing tough decisions, and creating tension. Instead, the hero's journey feels one note. The saving grace, Isadora's storyline, and Sebastian's arc. Both deliver genuine emotion and thematic weight, but because of the game's format and its failure to build a choice-driven narrative, they fall short of their potential. The second idea was players' choice driving the story forward. That's why we can create an avatar, pick a house, and make decisions that supposedly shape the world. But let's be honest, this is a straight up lie. 99% of your choices have zero tangible impact. Two endings exist, but neither change the universe in any meaningful way. If you absorb the repository's power, nothing happens. You're never mentioned in the future lore. If you reject it, the implication is either Voldemort ignored this power, which is a plot hole, or was forgotten entirely. Either way, the main quest feels pointless. Yes, you can argue that ancient magic wielders are rare, so maybe no one else came along. But if that's true, why wouldn't Dumbledore at least reference it? If Voldemort had discovered the repository, it would have been catastrophic. The fact that this never comes up makes the entire premise feel flimsy. The only quest where choice truly matters is Sebastian's. Sending him to Azkaban changes his final scenes, and regardless of your decision, his story feels conclusive because he'd be long gone by Harry's era. That's a small comfort compared to the wasted potential of house selection. It's purely cosmetic, affecting one quest and nothing else. Worse, the script forces you into a specific moral path, undermining houses like Slytherin that traditionally encourage the opposite. For those reasons, I give this pillar a 2 out of 10. Sebastian's quest and the unique house mission are the only saving graces. Admittedly, I almost bundled it up to a 3 because of the gorgeous common rooms, but since the game forgets about them entirely, I decided to follow suit. So, we end up with a 4 and a 2, averaging out to a 3 out of 10. Very disappointing, because this pillar in particular impacts the gameplay portion and the replayability of the game the most. Finally, we have the final pillar, magic. Moira Esquire, the narrative lead, states that one of the reasons the Wizarding World is so appealing is that it's just a step away from our world. It could be real. The characters and bits of everyday life are familiar, but with a magical edge. Even the simplest moments are magical, levitating something out of the way, summoning a book from a shelf, or lighting their way with a wand. Reminding the player that they are in a world that's just beyond their own, and of course, the spectacle of magic is a beautiful thing to portray visually in the game. In short, the goal was to make the mundane extraordinary through magic, a concept I wholeheartedly agree with. Nothing feels more whimsical than compensating for limitations with spells. Why strain your back lifting boxes when you can cast Leviosa? Can't reach an item? Use Accio. Want to visit family abroad but can't afford it? Enchant a broom and soar under the moonlight. These ideas ignite the imagination, and the more of them you include, the more authentic and captivating the experience becomes. But here's the catch. The more a player interacts with these mechanics, the less impressive they feel over time. We see this problem with the Merlin Trials especially. At first, solving puzzles for rewards sounds intriguing, but without variation, the novelty wears off fast. Making the world seem magical is only half the battle. You also need to let players create their own magical moments. There's a fine line between passive and proactive encounters. Watching a bush trim itself is neat, but casting spells in public and having NPCs react, that's where the magic truly happens. Hogwarts Legacy only partially succeeds here. It's a paradox actually. Existing is the best thing the game offers, yet when the world feels generic and uninspired, what's the point? For those reasons, I give this pillar a 5 out of 10, because for every step forward the game takes, it then steps back the further you get into the game into mediocrity. To summarize, with authenticity getting an 8, heroism amounting to a 3 out of 10, and then magic stumbling on to a 5, we amount to an average of about 53%. Depending on where you live, that might amount to a passing grade, but to me, it is utterly unacceptable. This license has enormous potential in gaming. Previous titles were tethered to Harry Potter's narrative, so seeing a game attempt something new was exciting and arguably award-worthy. That's why it's sold so well and why a sequel is already in production. But shipping a mediocre product risks damaging its long-term perception. Hogwarts Legacy partially succeeded because it was unique in a franchise that had been dormant for years. Nostalgia carried it. The sequel won't have that advantage. If it's great, this game will look outdated. If it's underwhelming, fans will scrutinize this title even more, especially if the same mistakes repeat. That said, I still think Hogwarts Legacy is worth playing, at least for the first 15 to 20 hours, like I've stated many times beforehand. In a way, it reminds me of Watch Dogs. The first game had a bland story, but its hacking mechanics were revolutionary, enough for me to 100% it twice. But once Watch Dogs 2 arrived, there was no reason to go back because it was a clear upgrade on almost all fronts. I hope Avalanche Software learns from this experience. With proper support from Warner Bros. Or whoever ends up owning them, they could deliver an amazing, truly magical sequel. The foundation is there, now it's time to build something extraordinary. Now that we're actually done with Hogwarts, there are two final things I want to touch on before I actually finish the video. The first one is, if you're like me and you like to collect art books and read them, I do highly recommend this one if that is up your alley. So first things first, it contains a lot of written pages, which is really awesome because some of them, like the Liza P one, only has like half a page of text, and then you only get art for like the following 10 pages. This one here is filled to the brim, as you can see on screen, and it is complemented with some really cool art, 3D renders, and etc. If this is up your alley, I do highly recommend it, and it also often falls on sale on Amazon in case you want it for a little cheaper. The second thing that I want to talk about is the game that I alluded at the very beginning of this whole project, which is Harry Potter Quidditch Champions. So real quick, I planned a way bigger segment for this, but then I realized that it would be inappropriate seeing as it doesn't really tie in with this game, and this video is long enough as is. So to make a long story short, I was totally wrong. I thought originally that this game is going to be filled with microtransactions because it has 2 currencies, a season pass, and it is centered around a multiplayer experience. Well, it turns out that you can't buy any outside currency with your money, which means that you really have to play the game to be able to get both currencies and therefore get cosmetics, new characters, and everything else that it brings, which is really cool. Which means that if we remove that barrier, how is the full experience? Well, good news is that it's actually a lot of fun. You get to play all 4 positions in Quidditch, which means that you get to do the keeper, whose goal is to protect the goal and subsequently throw the ball back to their other teammates. Speaking of teammates, the people receiving the ball are the chasers, and they're the ones that you see the most in the movies. Their goal is essentially the same, which is go to the other end of the arena and throw the ball into the adversary goal. You know, every score brings you 10 points. The game goes to 100, so the first one that gets to 100 wins the game. In the supporting position, you have the beaters, which are freaking amazing. Not only can you stop the adversary team from scoring, but you can also hit them repeatedly to the point that you knock them out unconscious, which removes them from the game temporarily. Which means that if you're tired about the adversary team keeper constantly blocking your goals, you can literally just switch to the beater, knock him out, and then the goal is available for anyone in your team. You see the Seeker is getting close to catching the snitch, well then you can just knock him out as well, leaving it fully open and available for your own guy to do the job. It's really fun, even if it shows the limitations of the sport, which is really hilarious when you think about it. I'm pretty sure that J.K. Rowling didn't really think it through when they decided to make Quidditch. Anyways, that's a discussion for another day. Speaking of the Seekers, when you grab the snitch, you get 30 points, which is significant, but still far less than what you see in the movies and the books. So, in other words, you will get the chance of playing the Seeker twice. That's all well and good, and honestly, it is a lot of fun, especially from someone who grew up playing the original game on the GameCube. This one knocks it out of the park entirely. However, there is one thing though that the GameCube version does better, and it's the fact that this game is extremely repetitive, and it doesn't actually feel like I'm part of a team. Let's start with the first one. you only get to play Quidditch, which means that there are only really two options for you to interact with, which is the single player mode or the multiplayer. And when I say single player, it's really underselling it. Like, there is a main campaign, but it consists of a screenshot of a character telling you that he's going to beat you during the match, and that's about it. And then when you finish the tournament, you get the same cutscene over and over again, just with different characters because you get to customize your team. It's very underwhelming. And then when you actually play Quidditch, one main gripe that I have with it is that there is no strategy. You play the same way regardless of the difficulty, and regardless if you're playing the single player or multiplayer, which I'll touch on really shortly. And the reason for that is the AI isn't really all that good, and the game is extremely simple. You know, grab the quaffle, go to the other end, get to the goal. And that is it. Even if you get to play all the positions, you're not really encouraged to keep one. You're encouraged to play all of them. And then because that is in the DNA of this whole video game, it also means that it doesn't feel like you're actually part of a team because you're the one controlling the keeper, the chasers, the seekers, you know, the beaters, and everyone in between. Which is ironic because the game on the GameCube had the opposite effect. Like, yeah, now the gameplay's outdated. Like, what you see on screen is me winning to the point that even if the opposition actually catches the snitch, we're still gonna win because we got way too many points. But I never minded that because it really felt like I was part of a team. You know, every time that I score, I would get a short cutscene of a character cheering me on, and that would, you know, pump you up to like keep up the good work. And then at some points, you'll unlock the option to activate a cutscene, which shows your team get a free goal. And even those have a personality, like the Slytherin one is the only one where you get to do 2 goals instead of just the unique one. And it's because, you know, the Slytherins are considered the big baddies of this universe, which I think is really cool. And like, contrast that with the current game, which only allows emotes, no communication of any kind. It just becomes boring pretty fast. Or at least it becomes boring when you get tired of it, because I was honestly very addicted to this game when I decided to finally start playing it. And then if we take all those problems and then we put in the multiplayer portion, you know, even if you're playing with other human beings, it really feels like you're playing with a more competent AI, because there is no way for you to actually cheer on, for example, your other teammates who just scored. Yeah, you can do an emote, but like, you know, who cares? Like, it's an animation in a sea of animations. Like, it doesn't feel like you're actually present. And I think that is why, like, there is no multiplayer portion anymore. Like, if you go in the Steam charts and you look at the amount of people playing it, you'll see that there is not enough to have a healthy community. And you need to know that ahead of time. Like, if you're buying the game strictly for the multiplayer, you're going to be very disappointed because you're going to be stuck in queues only to then play like a 5-6 minute match. And then if you play the single player portion, yeah, it is really fun, but that is it. You know, like, regardless of if you're playing in Hogwarts or, for example, the Weasley Court, or even in the Haunted Forest, which is my favorite cosmetic map, it doesn't play any differently. Like, there is nothing that affects the gameplay, it just affects the aesthetic. And that is what I mean by this game being extremely disappointing at the end of the day. Because, like, if this was released as a free update to Hogwarts Legacy, you like, imagine, like, Warner Bros does a post and they're like, hey, thank you for buying this many copies of the game. You know, we've made this much profit. As a reward, here's a free update. Here's a free multiplayer mode for you to actually take part in. It would encourage a lot of people to reinstall the game and give it a second guessing. You know, maybe they'll start with the multiplayer, play a bit, and then when they get tired of that, they want some variety, they would then start the single player and then install some new mods or complete the quest that they didn't do. By the way, speaking of mods, that was one of the recent updates that was added into the game, which is quite cool. Too bad if you're on console though, but that's kind of a given at this point. Just to summarize, I love this game, I do recommend it, but get it for the single player and get it on sale. If you wait for a Steam sale, it usually falls around $7 to $8, which is definitely worth it. And if you're looking for a physical copy, you can get one for cheap. I was able to get one for $5 from a store that was basically getting rid of them. So if you get lucky, you might get that as well. And speaking of interest, thank you so much for getting to the end of this video. This was a huge project. This is taking me, I think, 23 months, almost 2 years. Like, it's huge. And if you look at my channel, this is the biggest that I've ever done. You know, I'm very proud. I think that this video has turned out quite well. but I'm quite burned out from Harry Potter and very excited to get back to my roots. So that is why I also want to confirm, to set your expectations straight, that this is not going to become, you know, a Harry Potter center channel. I'm going back at the horror after this. I already have 6 different scripts that have been written and are ready to be turned into a video, with the first one being Demonology, which is the witch trials in Scotland. Then the next one is going to be Alyssa, which is a PlayStation 1 style survival horror game, which is heavily inspired by both Resident Evil and Alice in Wonderland. Very cool. My friends in particular are very excited about me making this video. And the next video I'm really excited about working on is Liza P. I've been playing this game on and off for the last year and a half, and I am super passionate about it. So that's going to be my next bigger video. But until then, you know, who knows when that's going to release. But if those 3 sound interesting to you, please do like and subscribe and leave a comment. So please let me know, did this video change your mind? Did it open new things that you didn't realize when you played it? Or do you think I'm just, you know, full of it and I concentrate on the wrong things? I mean, it is possible. Regardless, do let me know. I would like to have a discussion with you. And with that, thank you again for watching the video. It really means the world to me. So with that, have a good day, stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye, guys.